Hi everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone for the whole day event. It is a global Microsoft 365 Developer Bootcamp, and we are so happy to organize this for the consecutive third year here in Chennai. As part of this, it's all because of the audience responses, and I'd like to give a special thanks to the audience as well as the speakers who always, whenever we approach them, they're very eager to share their knowledge. And even on a Saturday, the whole day they are planning to spend, and I really appreciate everyone's effort towards this event happens. So I know that the last year and the day and the year before it was a very fun, and we had a lot of enjoyment in an in-person event, but it may not be like the same on a virtual event. I totally agree that like many events which we are conducting for the last 6 months through online, initially it was in a very good positive note, but going forward it was, we feel that it should be, it's not as equivalent to the in-person event. I definitely agree. So with that, let us try to make this particular event as big as that and as interactive as that. Like we have a very very good sequence of speakers. So they are very much experienced in handling many of the online events, and I know that their sessions itself, they have taken or they have created their sessions in such a manner it will not get bored for the audience. That's the target, and that's the objective which we had. And with that, let's move on to the agenda. Here, the program started sharp 10. It's one of the biggest achievement, I would say. Whenever we plan for 10, the in-person event will never start by 10. But at least the virtual event, it starts on time. That's one of the biggest advantage from this pandemic. So, like the event starts by 10, and at 10:10, I would like to welcome Mr. Arvind as to present the keynote. He's going to discuss about what are all the upcoming information with respect to whatever the information's happened on the Ignite, and we'll cover a little bit on the build. And he's the senior product manager on Microsoft Teams from Microsoft. So, Arvind, a special thanks to you and for accepting our invitation and present the future of Teams, and what are all the updates given in the Ignite and build. We are really eager to hear that one. And followed by that, we have Vijay and Vignesh, who will be discussing about what's next in the SPFX and what are all the new releases about the SPFX. And follow that, Radhakrishnan will take over the session with the whole bunch of PowerShell scripts. So PowerShell for M365 along with Microsoft Graph. Many of us might be using the PowerShell for a long time, even from the on-prem world onwards, but using the Microsoft Graph API within the PowerShell, like that's one of the good thing or important thing. Even I'm very eager to see that. And after that, like Manoj will be discussing about the team messaging extension. And Nandeep and Smita Nachan, thanks a lot to you both. Like they together they prepared last week when we had a discussion. At that time itself, they have a complete set of deck, and they have complete set of demo for the change notification and the track changes with Microsoft Graph. And then like the post lunch, Vinoda Muthuvalli will take care of the PM resource specific consent in Microsoft Graph API. Again, one more session on the Graph API. And the last one will be covered by Jayakumar, which is enabling multilingual in SPFX web parts. Like many of the enterprises which we are eagerly waiting, like even in our organization, I work for an organization called AstraZeneca, which is spread across around almost every country in the world. And we had, as a SharePoint developer, we feel always it's very difficult to implement the multi-language. Like whenever we heard the word multilingual, then we felt a bit nervous. Oh my god, it will not work in Saudi, it will not work in China, how I can make it work. So those kind of things will be discussed at the end of the session. So once again, thanks a lot. And please use the Twitter hashtag MS365 Dev Bootcamp and MS365 Dev Bootcamp Chennai and XMonkeys360. So whatever you feel about the session, please post it. Either it is a positive note or a negative note or things areas to improve. Whatever you feel, I request you guys to post it in the Twitter, so that it'll be easy for us to consolidate from the Twitter. And rather at the end of the session, we are planning to um, give a feedback URL as well. But again, it'll be motivating us to conduct many more such events if you guys post in Twitter. So with this, I'm handing over to Mr. Arvind. Thanks a lot and enjoy the day. If at all you have anything, please contact the moderators over the WhatsApp or over the phone. Anbu might have given his contact details on the YouTube link itself. So please reach to us if at all you face any technical difficulties to attend the session. So enjoy the session. Hi, Arvind. Arvind,
Yeah,
yeah.
thanks, Sathish, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Arvind. I work as a senior product manager in Microsoft Teams platform and ecosystem. Today, I wanted to share you some of the key uh, announcements that were shared in Ignite, and also give you an overview before that, like what is Teams and what is Teams platform. So let me start with that. So this year has been like really given us challenges which are unprecedented, and every organization have moved to getting used to remote working, and Microsoft Teams has played a really significant role in that. And then in the last 6 months, we have also achieved a growth which we plan to achieve in the next 2 years. So the acceleration of Microsoft Teams adoption also helped us learn a lot faster and then build things that are useful for the enterprises who wants to go through that digital transformation. So everybody is working remote, and they're trying organizations are trying to build their processes automated, so that people who are working remotely can get their work done and also be productive at the same time, just like how they were at the office. So, and starting with Teams, its primary mission is to be the hub for teamwork. So Microsoft Teams is divided actually into two. So one is the chats, callings, and meetings. And the second part is the Teams platform, so wherein you could build experiences on top of Teams, thereby allowing the users to access data from external systems or bring that systems into Teams, so that they were able to be productive by using the data right from within Teams. And Teams platforms mantra is that like you bring work to the people, which is which is the people are within Teams, rather than taking the people to the work, which is a browser. So that's what like the guiding principle of Teams platform is, and that with that guiding principle, all of the workflows and the capabilities are built with that principle in mind. Just a quick numbers that I wanted to share with everyone today. Since this is a data that is available since June, it's the same data that is available in the investor report as well. So we have 75 million daily active users, and with 400,000 organizations using Teams. So if you look from a developer perspective, that is a huge chunk of user base that you could tap into when you're building apps or experiences on top of Teams platform. And when it comes to the active usage, right, we have like more than 650 organizations who have uh, an active usage of 10,000 plus daily. And that's the opportunity for the developers when they are trying to build applications or experiences on top of Teams platform. And if you look at the Teams platform ecosystem, I'm trying to cover not the callings and meetings, but more on the Teams platform where applications are built on top of Teams. And Team Store is the first entry point for any user when they want to access an app within Teams, and that's where they go to install the app. Today, we have like more than 500 plus applications from third party developers or third party companies who have SaaS offers. They've built their applications on top of Teams as a companion experience. So consider Teams as a channel, just like Android or iOS, where you have a companion app built for a SaaS application that you already have. Teams is a similar channel where you're going to build a companion experience for your SaaS application within Teams. But the focus here is on collaboration. The independent or the individual Android or iOS app focuses on one single user of how they could use the app in order to get their work done. Whereas within Teams, we're looking focusing on teamwork. So by surfacing or building your SaaS application as a Teams app, how could you enable collaboration between your users by using your applications? So if you look at the partners who build applications on top of Microsoft Teams, they vary across multiple verticals, starting from financial services, government to manufacturing. Not just vertical players, but we also have horizontal SaaS vendors like Atlassian, Adobe, Poly, so on and so forth, have also built their applications and experience on top of Teams, enabling collaboration. So when I stress on collaboration, what do I mean? So to give you an example, right? So let's say I'm a product manager in an enterprise company. I have my sales team reaching out to me asking an update on an announcement request that the sales team has created. So as a product manager, what do? I go into an application like Salesforce, look at what is that announcement request this salesperson has created and what is the opportunity attached with it. And I switch to an engineering dashboard like Jira to figure out what is the engineering status of that very specific announcement request. And finally, I jump to Outlook and Teams to give an update to the salesperson who actually asked that question. So for a really simple update, I've already switched between four applications to get that information. And in between, while you're doing that, you're going to get notifications, emails, Teams message, WhatsApp, so on and so forth, and you have to context switch immediately. And that's what Teams solves for. So when you're using these Jira, Salesforce application within Teams, when a person asks a question over a chat, you're able to fetch that data, be it from Salesforce or from Jira, right from within the chat window, and you're able to share that information or the status update with the other person who asked that question in the chat. And not just you're not just going to be sharing the information, you're going to be sharing the information in a way that the other person could act on it. When I say like I share this Jira status update over my chat conversation within Teams, the other person can add notes, like add comments to the data, and then he's doing right within Teams, but that all of that data is going back and is captured in Jira. You see that I'm able to get my job done from within Teams itself by bringing or surfacing the data from my SaaS application within Teams. So I'll take you through what are the platform capabilities that will help you do that. And this is just an overview of what are the things that are possible with Teams today. So as I said, like Teams platform capability is majorly these 6 capabilities that you're seeing in the screen right now: tabs, bots, message extensions, message actions, task modules, and notifications. And these are the primary capabilities that will help you surface your data within Teams in a more contextual manner so that you could enable collaboration and also boost the productivity of your users within Teams. So Teams, as I said, it is for collaboration, but it could also be built for individuals. So we call that as a person scope. When you're building an app within Teams and you want the users to quickly access data from your system, from your SaaS apps, from within Teams, that's what we call as person scope. Coming to collaboration scope, so you're part of a group chat, you're part of a channels, or you're conversing in one-on-one chat with specific members. Now how could you enable collaboration with the data that you have in your SaaS application within these specific constructs, enabling collaboration? And that's what we call as the collaboration scope. And the capabilities that I spoke about works both in the person scope as well as in the collaboration scope. So I'll give you some examples of it so that you're clear of what that person scope and collaboration scope is. So before that, like when you build your application, right? So you're going to be, if you're a SaaS company, you're selling you're an independent software vendor and you're selling your multi-tenant solution. you would obviously publish a Teams app on the public Teams store so that everybody could download it and use your Teams app just like your SaaS application. So you're going to publish to the world through the Teams public store. Whereas if you're a developer, you're working in an enterprise and you build line of business application for your enterprises and you're part of the IT team, you want to publish an app only to your users within the enterprises. So Teams allows you to do that as well. You could publish your app only to your users by publishing it to the tenant that you own. And the third kind of publishing that you could do is, I'm part of a large engineering organization. I built a custom application just for my team. So you could publish an app or build an app and publish only to your team. Rather than publishing it to the whole organization, you could just publish to your team as well. And all these three things are possible through the Microsoft Teams Admin Center today. So I'll talk about in brief the platform capabilities that I touched upon previously. First one is connectors. So when I say connectors, these are basically incoming webhooks where there is a change in your SaaS application. You want to send an event as a notification to your members in a specific Teams channel or in a one-on-one chat. Now, how do you do that? You use connectors and send this information into Microsoft Teams as an adaptive card. So you see that in this specific example, there is a pull request that got created in the bid bucket, and you could create a connector and then you could push that notification into a very specific channel. And then you see that like Daniela has got a pull request and there is an adaptive card that is created with micro actions within it. I could view the ticket, add a comment, decline or merge. And you see the experience on mobile, it's really similar. So you're going to build the app once or the connector once, and it surfaces in both desktop, web, and in mobile, and that's what Teams takes care of. So you build it once, and Teams platform takes care of making sure that your app works in mobile or in desktop. So the next capability is bots. So in this screen, you're seeing that I'm within an application called Concur Expenses. I'm able to upload my expense reports or my expense receipts through this application, and then this get automatically uploaded inside Concur. So you see that I'm within personal application, I'm using bots. Bots understands what I'm trying to upload, and then it's going to ask me conversational style questions. For example, okay, where do you want to attach this expense receipt with? Can you choose the expense report? And then I choose the expense report, and this expense receipt is now attached to that very specific expense report. So bots are basically conversational style interaction with your service. In this case, I'm talking to SAP Concur from within Teams using conversational methods that is built by Concur. And the next capability is message extensions. This is what I spoke about in my specific example of a sales announcement request. Now I want to quickly search within Jira what that engineering ticket is, and then I want to send it within the channel. Now, how do I do that? I do it by clicking the icons below the compose box. So when you build an app, you would build this capability called message extensions, and then your icon will appear below the compose box. So in this case, I want to share a specific YouTube link. So I click the YouTube app icon below the compose box, and then I search for the URL or the video that I want to share. So in this case, let's say product development, and then it gives you a list of videos, and then I'm going to choose one and share it directly into my channel. And then users, by using adaptive card, can click on view in full screen, and they're able to view that YouTube video right from within Teams itself. So I didn't switch to a browser to find the video, copy paste that link. Rather than that, I'm able to do that right from within a channel, group chat, or one-on-one chat itself. And this is possible by building message extension as part of your application when you build for Teams. The next capability is message action. I'll give you an example that you would be able to relate with faster. So let's say that you have a service desk agent that you're chatting with. you're explaining the problem that you face with a specific application. So at the end of the chat, the help desk agent tells you, can you copy all of this chat information into a ticket and then create the ticket for me? Now, what you have to do, you have to go to the browser, open, say, a service desk application, and you have to copy all of the conversation into the ticket and then create the ticket. Now, with message action, what you could do is right click that message and then click on more actions and say create a ticket with this command. So all of the conversation in that conversation or thread is now sent to a service desk agent and service desk portal, and the ticket is automatically created with the information which is from the conversation. And that is what message action helps you do. So like, to give you another example, let's say somebody says, can you get this work done? I want to add this to my to-do list. I could click that message and then automatically add to my to-do list. It could be Microsoft Planner, Wunderlist, Todoist, any application that you would have installed in Teams. You could send that information as to do into your own personal Evernote application. So we spoke about like now message actions, message extensions, how you could bring your data within Teams. Now I'm going to talk about like Canvas, which is the largest surface area that Teams provides you to bring your whole SaaS experience in a contextual manner within Teams. So you see that the first capability is channel tab. I'm within a specific channel, and I'm able to add a tab called Sprint Board. This is from Jira. I'm able to bring that board right within a channel as a channel tab. And in Personal App, I'm able to quickly access information. This is what we call as a Personal App. I'm able to access quick information by switching to my Personal App and then pulling in all the data from a dashboard that I have configured. So those are two canvases that Teams provide you, channel tabs and personal tabs. You could just iframe your existing SaaS application and you could bring it right within Teams itself in the context of a collaboration or in the context of a personal scope. So next thing that I wanted to show you was notifications, right? So as you send more notifications from your external systems into Teams, you could use Activity Feed and Activity Feed API in order to notify the user whenever there is a change in an event that you want to notify from your SaaS system. This is specifically more useful in DevOps scenario when you want to send like critical notifications from PagerDuty into Teams. You could build a PagerDuty kind of an application and notify the users, not just in a one-on-one fashion, but also in a channel saying that, so that you're able to, with one notification, you're able to notify all the members of a very specific channel. And then I spoke about the surface areas and the capabilities that Teams provides you today. Not just that, like with Graph, we are also exposing multiple Graph APIs that you could use in the context of Teams channels, create message, and also, in fact, push an app to be installed automatically for your users within Teams. So Graph APIs, you should be able to go into Microsoft Teams documentation and look at Graph APIs. We also have beta APIs that is in the making. You'll be able to use the APIs, and of course, feel free to give feedback on those beta APIs so that we're able to build it right the first time. So just giving you a summary before I go into what's new in terms of Teams platform in the recent announcement that happened in Ignite. So the Teams platform is powered by the capabilities that we have built within the Teams platform, but it's also extended by bot framework that is available in Azure. You could bring SharePoint portals into Teams as channel tabs. You have adaptive cards, which are JSON objects that you could use in order to build an actionable card whenever an information is notified within a channel or in a personal scope. So all these services power Teams platform in order to build the transformative experience for your users, making them more productive within Teams. So coming to the new announcement, right? So we now announced the new capability for Visual Studio, where we have built an extension on top of Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, where you could install the Teams development toolkit and then start creating your first Teams project. You could also import your existing projects into Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code with the Teams developer toolkit, and you could start building or expanding your Teams app today. And not just building, you'll also be able to validate the Teams app that you have built, and then you would be able to test it both on web, desktop, and on mobile. So irrespective of form factor, you'll be able to use Visual Studio extension in order to test your app from within or debug your app from within Visual Studio. Finally, not just build or test, you could also publish directly into a public Microsoft Teams store or you to your tenant catalog right from within your Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. So this is from a development perspective. Let's see how an admin would be able to approve an app. Let's say you have submitted the app uh, for your organization, and the Teams admin can see what is the app that you have submitted, and he's able to review it and publish it to your employees from right from within the Teams admin center. So you see, we are able to extend the development toolkit not just for developers, but also for Teams admins so that they are able to build a workflow using the Teams submission API so that they're able to review, update your submission, and also add comments before they're able to publish to your users within your organization. So talking about the next section that I wanted to focus on two major things, the extension to meetings and new capabilities with Power App and Power Automate. So in all the examples I showed you, I spoke about chats, how you could collaborate over chats, and then bring your experiences within a channel or in a one-on-one scope. That's what Teams has enabled so far. But starting Ignite, we're able to use meetings as well and build apps within meetings itself. So I'll show you how that is done. So in the last 6 months, what has happened is that online meetings within Teams has clocked more than 2 billion minutes. That means more than 2 billion meeting minutes has happened using Teams. And that is a large opportunity for developers to tap into, not just into chats and collaboration. You could also build an experience when a meeting is happening so that the users are able to collaborate in the context of that very specific meeting. And we're happy to announce that developers can build that experience right into meetings so that they could take advantage of meetings as a surface as well. So if you look at meeting, right, like what are the things that happen? So you have a organizer, presenter, and an attendee. And you have users from within your own tenant, which is your colleagues. And you also invite sometimes people outside your organization. They may be your guests. You have added them as guests to your tenant, and you're able to schedule meetings with them. And the third category of users who will join the meetings are anonymous users. They are not part of your tenant and they are also not using Teams, but they want to join through Teams for a specific meeting. So you have in-tenant participant, guest participants, and anonymous participants. And you have organizer, presenter, and attendees. So these are the various personas that you will always have in any meeting. And how do you now build an experience for all of these personas? So if you're now within Teams, you could build an app that will now automatically show up within a meeting. So you see in the right screenshot, I have something called Contasso app within the meeting. Clicking on that, there is some information that I could act upon immediately as a organizer, presenter, or as an attendee. So let me show you an example to give you more context, right? So the meeting life cycle starts with when you schedule a meeting, which is pre-meeting. So you want to add a specific board into the meeting and send that invite so everybody understands what is the meeting is about. And during the meeting, you want to talk about that very specific board or that data and you want to have a contextual conversation in the meeting. And finally, when you are in the meeting, you want to take feedback, or you want to notify specific folks to update a ticket, so on and so forth. And that's what in-meeting notification is. So now I'll show this experience in the context of a retrospection that happens after a sprint, right? So let's say I'm going to schedule a meeting. I want to do a retrospection of the sprint that happened recently. So I'm going to schedule a meeting. I click the plus icon and I add Contasso as a dashboard. That's because that's where my Kanban board is. So I add my app, and then you see I send that invite, and you see two different views. For example, as an organization or as an organizer, I see three questions that I have drafted. This is basically for my retrospection that I want to do during the meeting. So I don't want to pose these questions immediately, but I want to pose these questions during the meeting. On the right-hand side, this is my participant view. As soon as I receive the invite, I see that a Contasso app has been added, but when I click on that, I see there are no questions posted on this tab. So this is pre-meeting experience. Now, during the meeting, you see there is a new icon that appears in the meeting, that is the Contasso app, and the users are able to click it now. So as an organizer, I see that all of the questions that I draft during the meeting, I'm able to see that. As a participant, I still don't see any questions that are posted to me. This is during the meeting. And now I want to get feedback from all of the users in an anonymous fashion during the meeting. So I'm going to post the first question saying like what went well. Now what happens is that the users or the attendees of the meeting will see a content notification saying that your organizer wants to get a feedback of the current sprint, and I'm able to give my feedback right from within the meeting itself. And all of this goes back to my Contasso application, which is a SaaS application, and all of these are captured there as well while the meeting is happening. So that way you're able to have a meeting, set the context of the meeting by bringing the right data into the meeting, and during the meeting you're able to surface that information, and then you're able to have an effective meeting in the context of the data that you have populated like before the meeting. And post the meeting, you could send these notes as an email or as a notification to all of the attendees in that very specific meeting. So you see the surface areas that we provide for developers is that side pane that is available for you, so that you could populate the information, or you could allow the users to populate the information that is very specific to that meeting. So in this case, we spoke about like how a retrospection has run, but you could build any dashboards. Let's say I'm going to have a DevOps meeting, and I want to talk about like the recent outages. So you could, as a DevOps user, what I will do is I'll add your DevOps app and pin a specific dashboard, because that's where that has the outage information. I'll pin that while I'm setting up the meeting invite. And during the meeting, I'm going to bring that dashboard by clicking that icon. And then I'm going to bring that specific data during the meeting from the dashboard. And I'm able to have a contextual meeting in the context of that very specific DevOps dashboard, which has the outage information. So you see, it's the possibilities with meeting extensibility is numerous. You have to just think about like how you could benefit your users how you could bring your data in the context of the meeting and make your users be more productive during the meetings as well. So jumping to the next thing, I want to talk about like Power App and Power Automate. Now you're able to build Power Apps right from within Teams itself. So let's say I want to build an inventory app. Now, let's say that these are apps that I've already created. Now I could bring that Power App into Teams and add, let's say in this case, this is furniture and inventory. I'm able to add all of the inventory details. And now I'm able to share that within a team. So the inventory data that you see here now is now added to a channel as a channel tab. So I created that inventory and I'm now shared it with my channel members by adding it as a channel tab. And now everybody can edit that inventory, update the inventory, and also create new inventory information right from within channels itself. The next thing I want to talk about is pre-built templates that we have with Power Virtual Agents. Let's say you want to build a quick virtual agent, a bot type information, or a bot type app that you want to quickly build. You have now pre-built templates called Power Virtual Agents. You could build that using the Power Virtual Agent app, and you could configure how your bot should work. What are the questions that it could understand? What are the if and else conditions that the bot should do? And build a workflow using the Power Virtual Agent, and then publish your chat bot back as an application. So I used Power Virtual Agents to build the bot quickly, and I'm able to build the logic using Power Virtual Agent, and I'm now published an app called Repair Bot, which is now available for all the users within my organization to create service desk tickets or question this bot and understand the latest information that my organization has published. Lastly, I want to talk about like Power Automate. Now you're able to build workflows right from within Teams and publish it to your channels. I'll take you an example, right? So let's say someone joins or you're adding a new member to a team. You could automatically build a welcome message for that member who is newly added into the team. Now, how do you do that? You build a Power Automate template which says whenever a new member is added, post a welcome message. It could be a custom message that you could post depending upon which channel that the user has been added to. So to quickly summarize, the two new things that I wanted to highlight for you in this keynote is the meetings extensibility and how you're able to build a low-code application or a no-code application using Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. So those are the two things that I wanted to give as takeaway in this keynote as the things that you would potentially want to explore and be the first to market in exploring these capabilities and building rich experiences for your users by using the Teams platform capabilities. So just to recap, so we spoke about Teams meeting integration, like pre-meeting, during meeting, and after the meeting experience. We spoke about low-code applications using Power App and Power Automate that you could build. And these are two key takeaways that I want to share with you today as you go through this bootcamp of understanding graph APIs and message extensions. Think in the context of these two new capabilities and how you could build your first Teams experience on top of Teams platform. Thank you. Hope that was useful. So since we have like a couple of minutes, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Arvind, if you can share more information on meeting extensions, the resources for meeting extensions, it will be really great.
Sure. So meeting extensibility is now available for everyone, and it's in GA. If you're in developer preview, you also get access to some of the new features that we're building. Meeting extensibility is your app. Let's say you have an existing app which supports channel tab. You could bring that, add one more scope called meetings in your manifest, and you're able to now bring that existing channel tab that you have built into meetings. And now when you add the meetings, when you add a tab into a meeting, you allow the user to choose what is the dashboard or what is the data that you would want to allow the user to bring into meetings. So let me take the example of Jira, right? Because that is easy to understand because everybody uses an engineering dashboard. I want to talk about a very specific project, and this is available as a Jira dashboard. So when I'm going to set up a meeting, I'm going to click on Jira, and then add Jira app into the meetings while I'm scheduling the meeting. And while I'm scheduling that, Jira says you're part of multiple projects. What is a project that you want to choose and have a conversation about in this meeting? Now I'll add project A into the like configure that using Jira and add it to meeting. Now, once I send the invite, everybody can see what is the project that is pinned to this meeting invite. Now everybody understands, okay, the organizer wants to speak about this very specific project, and hence they will understand the context before even getting into the meeting. And during the meeting, you're going to have conversation about a very specific project, right? And let's say you want to add notes or comments to an existing ticket, you're able to ask a specific like attendee to say, please add like notes to this like specific ticket, and you're able to notify the user right from within the meeting, and he's able to add notes, right? So the experience that we are providing with Teams meeting extensibility is you bring your existing channel tab or build a channel tab, and you're able to bring it into meetings. And the second surface area that we are providing through Teams platform is a side pane that you get with Teams meetings. You're able to populate the data in the side pane and also notify the users during the meeting, which we call as content notification or content chat bubbles. These are the three capabilities that we are providing through Teams platform for you to bring your data in the context of a meeting.
Thank you, Arvind. And I think we had uh, Azure AD SSO for the Teams tab also, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
it got GA in desktop. And whether
Yep.
it supports for mobile also now.
Sure. That's right. So
Okay.
in terms of APIs, the parity is both for tabs and like both for desktop and mobiles. So we now support Azure AD for tabs. When you add a channel tab, previously what used to happen is though you're signed into the app, when you add a channel tab, you have to sign in back again. Though you have supported Azure AD plus SSO, you still have to sign in again. So with the Azure AD and SSO support for tabs, now you're able to like enhance that or extend that to channel tabs as well, and the experience is now available in desktop and mobile as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Arvind. Thanks for completing the session a few minutes earlier. A great thing. Thank you, Arvind. Thanks for your time and thanks for joining in the Saturday morning. Thanks
No
for
problem.
sharing your wonderful scenarios with how we can use Teams with your company and how we can improve the productivity in our company. It's a great thing. Thanks for sharing all the updates from Ignite and everything, all the latest updates. Thank you, Arvind. Thanks a lot once again.
Thanks
Thank you.
everyone. Have a good
Right.
day with the rest of the session.
Right.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you. And in few minutes we will have Vijay Anand and Vignesh Ganesan will be joining to share the updates. What's new in SPFX?
Hello, Perumal. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Yes. I, I'm able to
Yeah,
hear you. Vignesh.
sure. Yeah. Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah. Yes. Good. We can wait for a few more minutes and we can start.
Sure,
In
sure.
2 minutes we can start.
Vignesh, is it clear now? Or
Yeah, it's clear now. 1 minute. I'm gonna get rid of my external monitor.
Yeah. We are good to go.
All right. So before we get started, can you just quickly confirm whether you can hear me well and see my screen?
Yes, Vignesh. We are able to see your screen very first slide and I am able to hear you clearly. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, folks. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining this event in the first place and also our session. I understand that it's a Saturday. There is a lot of better choices for you to do, but thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us and learning some new things. Really appreciate that. So today our session is going to be on what's new and what's next in SharePoint framework. So I figure that a lot of folks who have joined our session today were once a SharePoint developer, or maybe now you're also doing SharePoint dev in some form or fashion. So which means you have been leveraging SharePoint framework for quite some time now. So in this session, myself and Vijay, we are going to be talking a lot about what's new in SharePoint framework and what's coming next, and what are some new components that are new features that we have released for quite some time. Okay, and just sort of a disclaimer, we would be talking only about the cloud world here. We are not going to be discussing anything related to SharePoint 2016 or 2019. Okay. So about myself, so my name is Vignesh Ganesan, and I work as a technical specialist for modern workplace at Microsoft. I've been a blogger for quite some time, although I don't get a time to, don't get a chance to do it, very often these days. I used to blog on Vignesh SharePoint Thoughts, European SharePoint Community, C Sharp Corner, and so on. I speak in a lot of webinars. I've spoken in a lot of webinars, user groups, and conferences across the globe. So I'm the chapter lead for C Sharp Corner Bangalore chapter, and I'm an AO's ambassador as well. So I've done more than 15 plus Microsoft certifications, and I've been a chief organizer of the M365 and Power Platform India user group. Coming from experience standpoint, I've been with this technology, SharePoint and Office 365, and my co-speaker Vijay as well. We've been in this space for more than 10 plus years now, which we do not really recommend. But then, that's where we basically come from. So with that, let me ask my co-speaker Vijay to introduce himself.
Hi everyone, myself Vijay. I'm a modern workplace architect working with Cognizant, and I'm a Microsoft MVP, and also I'm an author, blogger, and I've delivered multiple sessions in my major events. Yeah, I'm also part of a co-organizer of the Microsoft 365 and Power Platform India user group. Yeah, thanks, Vignesh.
Thank you, Vijay. And just for the record, so Vijay is joining us from UK, which means it's like 6 a.m. for him there. And thank you so much, Vijay, for making it this early. So yeah, so what to expect from today's session, folks? So we'll begin by talking about the history of SharePoint development and what really led to the birth of SPFX. Then we'll spend some time trying to understand about the release notes and the latest updates for SPFX. Then we'll talk about what's new in SPFX, which is our core meat of today's presentation. Then we have some cool demos. I figure that a lot of us who have joined us today are devs, so PPT is a strict no-no to you, and you really want to see things in action. So we'll start showing you some small demos, and of course, we'll be also showing you some useful resources. If at all at a later point in time you want to sort of, come back here, and if you want to build something around SPFX, do some sort of M365 dev. So what are those resources that is readily available at your disposal that you can take advantage of, and you can use it for any dev-related work? Okay, so it all begins with, this is a session specific to SPFX, but let's begin by talking about the M365 app foundation in itself, right? It all begins by thinking about the persona in the middle, because if you think of M365, it all begins with the experiences, right? It is not specific to one single app. It is all about putting the user in the middle and how the user can sort of access all these different set of applications that you can see here, right? So, and if you think of it, it is basically the Microsoft Graph, which is powering all this sort of things, right? So Microsoft Graph, as we all know, it is one of the biggest interconnected node that we have in M365. A lot of your dev experiences, a lot of the dev stuff that you're doing is basically built on top of it. So we want you to think through the lens of M365 Graph when you're looking at M365 app development, because a lot of your data accessibility, everything happens around it. So you could be a person who's developing a SharePoint site or page, or you could be developing something on the Teams app, or you could be doing some sort of Outlook add-in. So no matter whatever you are, your the center is always going to be as the graph. So just think through that lens. And last year around, when we were talking about this session, we were saying that there could be a chance that the name of SharePoint framework, might get changed to something like Microsoft framework or something, because this is sort of becoming that one single framework for you to do dev, just not for SharePoint. Today we are talking about how you can develop something for Teams, and then we are also talking about how you can develop an Outlook add-in. Then we are talking about how you can develop a fluid framework component using SPFx. So if you look at it, it is sort of becoming that one single framework using which you can develop apps across the M365 ecosystem, right? But till now the decision hasn't happened. I mean, there is talks going around it, there were rumors around it, but just to sort of let you know that from Microsoft there has been a talk going around that, so maybe sooner or later that can be, or we might expect to see a name change of M365 framework, or something in that line. All right. So customers, when I say customers, it's basically you folks. You guys do extend SharePoint a lot, and I don't really understand why that is happening, because if you take a look at the modern experience that we are giving you there and the communication side, of course, there is a lot of things that we have already given you, but still, due to the expectations or due to the customer's demand, you folks really want to build some sort of extensibility to SharePoint, right? And if you look at the numbers, so around 20 million users a month, they interact with some sort of custom code solution in SPO today. So when I say custom code, it is just not a custom list, or it is not some sort of a custom configuration render, or not a flow or power app, right? We are talking about some real good custom code which you have put into the SharePoint system, right? And as I said, that keeps happening a lot. And this very slide, which was something which I really want to put for this event, is we are all trying to understand about SPFX. I believe a lot of you folks here might have played around with that. It's been around for more than like what, 2017, 18, 19. It's going to be 20 now. It's going to be more than 3+ years now, which means it is not a new framework anymore. It's not a new dev model anymore. But let's sort of circle back and try to understand why this even came into the picture in the first place, right? And that's the good way to learn any technology, trying to understand what was the problem was there with the previous frameworks, why did this even come up, and what is the problem which Microsoft is trying to solve. So let's sort of go back to the good old days. If you guys have been in the industry for 5 to 6 years, maybe 6 years or 7 years, a lot of this may not make sense to you. But if you have been with, like, say, for instance, 10 years or something, then I believe a lot of things which I'm talking about must sort of really ring a bell for you folks, right? So if you think about the WS, the SharePoint Portal 2003 server back then that we had, right? It didn't really have a good, scenario for a dev. Back then, if somebody wants to do some sort of a development, they need to just crack open the SharePoint DLLs, maybe using something sort of a reflector or something, try to look at it and understand, hey, how Microsoft is doing extensibility, or how Microsoft is doing the development, and they sort of wanted to reflect the same old thing, right? And as I said, there was not a lot of documentation around it, and people really didn't know how to extend things. Now Microsoft was listening to this, and on the release of MOS, they said, well, we guys understand that you folks from the developer community want to go ahead and extend things, right? So how about this? So we are giving you a full site server code customization. Now the dev community felt that, okay, finally we are getting a chance to do some sort of customization. But the problem is these are all server side codes. And anybody who has done SharePoint on-prem, you folks know the problem with that. Something breaks there, your entire server is gone for a toss, and there's going to be a survey case, P1 ticket, or whatnot. It's going to be really, really crazy. That's how things were. Then back then, Microsoft had to think about that. Then when SharePoint 2010 came on board, people, that's when the rise of your farm solutions and sandbox solutions came into picture. So Microsoft said, all right, we do understand that that is a problem with the dev codes that you're putting in. It's not really safe at all the point in time. There are some times where things really break. So we are giving you sort of a sandbox environment wherein your code runs into that, and no matter whatever you're doing there, if something breaks, it doesn't break the SharePoint process in itself. Where things were good back then, but the problem there once again was you couldn't really do a lot with sandbox solutions. And once again, the dev community said, well, not really what we are looking at. Then things went on. So with the release of SP 2013, I believe a lot of us were seeing this app service application, the app model, and a lot of those things came into picture. Then MS said, we guys are going to give you SP add-ins. So with this, what happens is all your customization, all the dev component that you're pulling, it wouldn't be running within the context of SharePoint. It's going to be running somewhere else. So that's when we said we are going to give you two offerings for that. You could have SharePoint hosted add-ins or provider hosted add-ins, right? So with the provider hosted add-in, basically what happens is your custom code would be running somewhere else. It could be in an Azure server, AWS, or an Apache, or IaaS, or whatnot, right? And it is just an API call. SharePoint will just make a call of it, and it will start running. Things were working fine. But the problem there, once again, was these were all sort of iframes. If anybody has done SP add-ins back then, this is sort of iframes. And once again, if you think of an iframe, it just sort of runs like a subweb. You have to log in into that, and not really the kind of experience which a customer would be looking, because for the customer, the customization should be running in the page. So once again, not really a compelling environment for devs to go ahead and do something, right? So that was a problem which was happening around for quite some time. So Microsoft was sort of looking into that, and then they felt that, well, so no matter whatever, and back then, if you think of this, right, so any development model back then, it really felt that, well, this is the right way to do development. And that's how we SharePoint folks are really thinking at, when say for instance, when CSOM came into picture, we all felt that, wow, this is really great. This is what we guys wanted for a very long point in time, right? But then problems once again. So things were going on for quite some time, and then when Microsoft said, well, you know what, we really understand that there is a problem here. So we guys are going to give you something wherein you can do on the client side. So you can go and do a script editor web part or content editor web part, and you can start using this. And by far in our telemetry, the most used web parts in SPO has always been the script editor web part and content editor web part, because it really makes things easy. You go to a document library, you drop a couple of JavaScripts there, and then you come to the script editor web part, just edit it, put the script, it calls to that JavaScript that you put in the document library, things perfectly work, and then you're like, wow, it really works. Once again, the problem there is anybody with an edit right can go ahead and break that environment. So it was really a brittle environment. There was no resiliency around it. So which is what really led to the birth of your SPFX, which is completely client side, no iframe at all. It runs with the context of the user, and you guys know it much better, like what are the problems that you guys used to face and how SPFX is sort of taking away things for you. Okay, this is sort of a history. And as I said, if anybody has been around in this journey for quite some time, you would know how the pain points were and how SPFX has made your life easy. And from a solution type overview standpoint, this is something which what I just spoke about. A lot of you folks, as I said, you can just sort of, if you just close your eyes and skim through this, a lot of this would make really a lot of sense to you. And so, as I said, so SPFX ideation, the biggest problem that we all used to face was with iframe. Because if you think of iframe, right, so it is something which is sitting on the website. It keeps on prompting for your username and password, because of course it is you who trusted the dev and gave it. So but still, people were not really happy with those experiences which iframe were given. So with SPFX, we clearly said strict no to iframe, and we clearly said we want to give you a much more better extensibility that you can use, something which is sort of a industry standard. You don't need to be a SharePoint developer. You could just be a web developer. Just use JavaScript, and you can build something for SharePoint, right? So this is what would really went ahead, and it sort of this is what led to the birth of SharePoint framework in the first place. And as we all know, so SharePoint framework, it is nothing but it is your modern client side development. So anything that you're doing is completely client side only. Okay. And then we have lightweight. It's lightweight web and mobile, which means whatever you're building is responsive for your browser and at the same point in time for your mobile also, which means no matter whatever form factor it is, we support both of it. Third thing is it powers our own experience. So what we mean by that is today, whatever you're seeing in the modern UI, be it your SharePoint modern admin center, or be your SharePoint modern team site, your communication site, anything that you're seeing in the modern UI is built using SPFX only. So what it means is we guys within Microsoft, we are not using something else to develop our own templates or UI, and then we are not asking you folks to take advantage of something else, right? It is whatever we are using internally, we are extending the same functionality for you folks to build it. So which means it is a clearly vetted framework. So that is, you can completely go ahead, trust it, and start using it, because Microsoft in itself is using this to build their own UI and experiences. Of course, it's backward compatible, so which means I think we have seen more than 11 releases, GA releases of SPFX till date. So if a particular component was built in the version 1.0, and say for instance a new release comes up, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go ahead and upgrade all your components. That's not really mandatory. Okay, and of course, as we said, today we are all talking about open source. So SPFX, of course, it supports open source tools. So you could be doing anything with JavaScript. It could be Node.js, Knockout, React, and any new things that have come up. But we totally support it. And if you think of us, that is what really makes this better, because you don't really need to be a SharePoint developer to build something, right? You can just be a web developer, take advantage of FPSFX, because this is just a framework. Use any JavaScript and you can go ahead and start developing things. SPFX component types, as you know, because a lot of time when I talk about SPFX to my customers, they come to you and ask, hey, I want to build a timer job. Can I do it? No, that's not what SPFX is for. I want to do an impersonation for a web part using SPFX. No, that's not what SPFX is for. So clearly try to understand what is the problem that SPFX is trying to solve and what you can build using SPFX, right? So at this point in time, you can build web parts, extensions, and libraries using SPFX. And if you can just sort of go back, when initially we released SPFX, it was all about just web parts only. We could only go ahead and build web parts, but today there is a lot more other capabilities, a lot more other features that you can build using SPFX. So these are the different release nodes that we have. As you could see, if you see right from down, it's been more than 1.11, and specifically around 2020, there has been just two releases. So today in our presentation, we'll be focusing around only those two release nodes, because that is relatively the new component that has come out in SPFX. Right, so as we all know, the framework has been evolving constantly. As I said, initially it was just web parts, and today there is a lot that you could do. Last year when we were talking about SPFX, we were talking about how you can build Teams tab using SPFX, how you could build an Outlook add-in using SPFX, what you could do for Fluid Framework using SPFX, right? And it's just not for the folks who are using SPO. Due to any legal reasons or any other concerns, if you're a customer, if you're a SharePoint 2019 or 2016 on-prem shop, you could still take advantage of SPFX there. So we are not just telling that, hey, all these good old goodies or all these cool goodies are only meant for the folks who are sitting in the cloud. No, 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 that's not the case. Of course, the people in the cloud get to enjoy things much more than what you get to see in the on-prem. That is the design of the product. I don't have anything to comment there. But then it doesn't mean that we are leaving you folks apart. And if you can take a look at this, starting from web parts, there are so many things: Teams hosted library components, site collection apps, and today we have a better app story. There are so many things which has come over the period of time, which simply means that this framework has been very well adopted by developers, and it is being constantly evolving. So when it comes to SharePoint Framework 1.11.0, so these are the four components that we want to talk about: the single part app part page, preview image, the update for developer information, team task module support, and how you would publish a SharePoint add-in that you have built to the app source, which is really one of my favorite thing. So in order to get into the nitty-gritties of this, I really figure that we need to show you a demo and get in detail. So for that, I'm going to hand it over to Vijay. So Vijay, over to you.
Thank you, Vignesh. I'm just sharing my screen.
Sure.
Let me know. Are you able to see
Sure.
my screen?
Yeah, good to go. Good to go.
Okay, just give me a minute. Yeah, Vignesh, thank you for features that has been added as part of version 1.11. So one thing, if you see the single part app page preview image. So initially, like when we started using SharePoint framework, it was mainly we were creating web parts using that framework, right? Later in starting from version 1.10, what Microsoft has done is they have introduced something called single part app page, which means that apart from creating web parts, from the web part, you can create a page, a complete page, using the SharePoint framework. That is called a single part app page, which will be a complete component, or which will be like a kind of app. And if you create a page using this one, you will not be able to edit and add any other out of the box web parts or any other components to it. Right? It will be a complete package kind of thing. So it was introduced in version 1.10. If I'm not trying to add this app page, you will see a preview image, something like this. So when you try to add this app page, you will see a preview image. So quickly, I will show you the demo over here. Okay. So when you create any web part, when you
Hey Vijay, you there? Folks, so looks like Vijay is experiencing a network issue. Just give us a couple of minutes, so he should be coming live in a few more minutes.
Hello.
Yeah, Vijay, you're good to go.
Yeah, some network issue. I'm not sure. Are you able to see my screen?
It's coming up. Yeah, you're good to go now.
So So whenever we create, once you deploy this package, then what you can do is like when you try to create a new page, right? So you will be seeing under the tabs called apps, and when you try to add it, you can see a icon over here. You can see a preview image, something like this. So this is a new feature which has been added as part of version 1.11. So you just need to, in the manifest file, you just need to add a single line, okay, to mention this particular URL in that. So that is the only thing that we need to do. And apart from that, once you specify the image URL, automatically you will be able to see the preview one. Okay, and also at this moment, the single part app page image can be set only to the image URL. You cannot use base 64 encoded image, that is, which is not currently supported as part of this one. Okay, so this is the new one as part of version 1.11. And then if you see the next one, it is like update a developer information. So basically, like when you create any new SPFX web part, so now if you see in the manifest file, which is the package-solution.json, you will see a developer section added over here. So where you need to mention the name, website URL, private URL. So basically the name is the sense you will be mentioning your organization URL and your organization website URL, privacy URL, and then the terms of use and the Microsoft partner ID. So this information you will be adding it as part of when you're creating the SPFX solution going forward. The reason is when you want to publish your app or publish your solution to your app source, this information is required. So when we see the next feature which has been added, so we'll discuss more about that, why it is very critical or why it is important to have this information updated. Okay. So going to the next one, publish a SharePoint framework solutions to the app source. Vignesh, you're able to hear me, right?
Yes, bro. It's clear.
Okay.
Can you play the PowerPoint? That's it.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next one, as part of version 1.11, there is a one more feature available. So starting from version 1.11, right? So when you build any SharePoint Framework solutions, if you feel that that can be reused or it can be used by any other organization, then what you can do is you can publish the SharePoint Framework solution to the marketplace, which is also named as app source. Okay. So like it can be available to everyone. Once it has been published, it will be available to everyone, and anyone can go ahead and use your particular SPFX solution. Okay. So in order to publish your SharePoint framework solution, and there are some prerequisites or there are some validation checklists which you need to perform before it has been published to the app source. Okay. So these are the steps that is required. So first thing, if you see, prepare your SPFX application for publishing, right? So like your SPFX solutions, before you are publishing it, there are certain set of checklist which you call this at app validation checklist, which consists of some sort of prerequisites, and it will have the required and recommended checks basically. So there are list of things checked. There is a list of items that you need to ensure that before you are publishing it. So in the Microsoft site, they have provided all the information about this one. Okay, so I'll quickly show you that one. We will not go into in detail, but yeah, the checklist is available over here. Okay, so there are some prerequisites, there are some required checks and recommended checks. So if you see here, so prerequisites, obviously, like you need to use your version when you're building the SharePoint framework solution, you should use version 1.11, and you need to test your application in both root and non-root sites. And like this, you have a list of checks. So if you see this one, you have a list of checks. So for example, like a web part should work in all the host. So all these things we need to follow. So once you make sure that the checklist, your app has been validated, and then what you need to do is it will be going for the approval process, Microsoft approval process. Okay, so that is a completely free of charge. So they will be verifying all the things, and then they will be publishing it. So in that, one of the important thing is like developer information. That is what we saw, right? So whenever we are building any SPFX solution from version 1.11, in the package.solution.json, you will see this particular information. Okay, so developer name, website URL, privacy URL, terms of use URL, and Microsoft partner ID. So this information will be validated by the Microsoft when they are reviewing this your SharePoint framework solution. Okay, so it will be automatically, you don't need to do anything, it is automatically added as part of package-solution.json. Even if you're not publishing it, even if you're going to use it for your internal purpose or for you're building the solution for your customers, what you can do is it is better to update this information so that in the future it will be helpful for you to refer it what is the purpose of this particular solution. So that is what it is, right? Sorry, before that, I'll just quickly show you that single part app page. So if you see the manifest file, you have this particular icon image URL. This is the place where you will be updating it. This is the only place where you need to mention the preview image URL so that everything will be taken care. Okay. So once it has been published to the marketplace, then obviously like maintenance and support. So if you're making any updates to your framework solution, they need to ensure that it has been updated. So all those things you have to be taking care of that one. So this is how, like from version 1.11, you can make the solutions available to the marketplace or the basically the app source. Okay, so that anyone can go ahead and use this one. So the next one is the next feature. Next one is you have previously we used SPFX, not for SharePoint Framework solution, right? When it was in a few years before, it was used only for building solutions for SharePoint. Then later, Microsoft was keep on updating it so that it can be used for Teams also for building a Teams tab or building a personal app. It's not only like only for SharePoint or only for Teams, right? It can be used across other services within Microsoft 365 also. So in the previous version, like in the Outlook add-ins also, it is still in preview. So now what they have done is they have still extended further with when it comes for the Teams development. So now the SPFX can be used for as a messaging Teams messaging extension also. Okay, so there is a deep dive session which is coming, which will be given by Manoj, right? So how to build the Teams messaging extension so that you can understand what is exactly the Teams messaging. So that Teams messaging extension can be built using the SPFX also. So from version 11, this is available. Okay, so as I mentioned, right, generally when you create a Teams tab or a personal app, so what we generally do is we will be going here the supported host and which is basically the package dot uh, which is basically the manifest.json, right? So you will be updating this particular supported host. So here you will be adding it's a Teams personal app or Teams tab. So for Teams messaging extension, you no need to update anything in the supported host. So what you have to do is you will be generally in the Teams folder, right? So when you create SPFX solution, you'll have a Teams. So here just need to add a manifest file. And in that manifest file, you just need to add this particular compost extension. So this is the only one additional thing that you will be adding it over here, which refers to your bot ID and everything. Okay, so this is the only change that you need to do when you are exposing your web part as a Teams messaging extension. Okay, so and also if you see obviously when you're using the messaging extension, there might be a case like where you need to interact, right? So you need to post something to the Teams, right? You might be posting something like adaptive cards or something like that. So in order to do that, you need a task module and a bot to be added. Okay, and also since you're exposing the SharePoint framework web part as a messaging extension, you need to identify, right, whether it is a web part or it is an exposed as a Teams messaging extension. So in order to do that, so you need to check this particular property. Okay, uh, a context underscore host underscore Teams messenger app context dot application name as property set to Teams task module application. So you need to validate whether it is a web part, the regular SPFX web part, or it has been exposed as a Teams messaging extension. Okay, so for that, in order to do that, you will be need to set this property to Teams task module application, and you will be verifying it. Once it is confirmed, then you can call the task modules. Basically, you can read the data from the web part and post something into your Teams. Okay, so this is how it is going to be. You can use the SPFX build a Teams messaging extension using the SPFX uh, framework. So this is how you can add it as a this is how you can add it as a like a messaging extension over here. Okay. So we all know that there are a lot of releases keep on happening. You might need to update your SharePoint framework packages every time, right? So in order to do that, so there are commandlets available. So you need to ensure that if there are any packages related to the SharePoint framework is outdated, and then you can update it similar to this one. So for example, npm outdated, it gives you the all the packages including the current, which is wanted, and the latest one, right? And you can, in case if you want to update the generator package, SharePoint generator package, so you'll be doing something like this npm install. You need to run this command and you can verify it. So you need to ensure that if you want to make use of latest version of SharePoint framework, so you need to ensure that all the packages are up to date. In case if you forget to make use of the latest one, so you can ensure that all your packages are up to date. In case if you forget to figure it out, you can run a command and you can get it all solutions. And if you want to utilize make use of the latest one, which is available in the latest one, so in that case you can upgrade your SharePoint solution also. So in order to do that, so what it is available is you have Microsoft 365 CLIs available. Okay, which is mainly to manage your Microsoft 365 tenant and SharePoint framework projects on any platform. It can be a Windows, it can be Mac OS, or it can be a Linux, it can be anything. You can build the automated scripts using to manage your M365 and SharePoint framework projects using CLI, Microsoft 365 CLI. So if you see, if you want to upgrade your SharePoint framework solution, you have something called, you have a command line called M365 SPF project upgrade. Okay, so which will be helpful to upgrade your solution, something like this, to version 1.5.0, and it will be outputting your that report.md file, markdown file. Okay, so this is how you can upgrade your SharePoint framework project. Yeah. Uh, yeah, Vignesh, like
All right, thank you, Vijay. So let me share my screen. Okay, share. All right. So as Vijay was saying, so you folks do understand that there is a lot of opportunities for you to leverage SPFX, and specifically on the team side, wherein you could do messaging extensions. And today, if you're an ISV, when I say ISV, if you're a Microsoft partner who is developing some sort of SPFX add-ins, you can publish it to the App Store, and any customer can go ahead and use this, right? So with this, if at all you want to, or if somebody whom you are new, you want to get into SPFX, you want to understand what this thing is, right? So if you're somebody who wants to learn, reuse, or share, we have something called as the SharePoint practices and patterns. So this is nothing but the SharePoint dev community is what we call it as. So this is a place wherein you can go ahead and you can see a lot of tools, solutions, reusable components, designs, and samples. So if you're somebody who's starting new, you don't really sort of need to go back, reinvent the wheel, sort of break your head, try to figure out what this thing is, and then start to get your hands dirty. So everything is already available there. So if you want to sort of get your hands dirty with it, play around with that, you can just simply come in here, visit it. And so this is what the PNP overview is. It gives you guidance, sample solutions, SDKs, and also the tools. Just to sort of give you a small tour of what what this site offers to you. So as I said, if you're already doing SPFX in some form or fashion, well and good, you could still come here and take advantage of the new samples and solutions which the community is building. But one caution here is this is completely open standard, right? So it doesn't mean that, you know, whatever you're taking it away from here, there is no support from Microsoft. You cannot simply go ahead and raise a premier case saying that, hey, I took a sample solution from here, it's broken and I want Microsoft to support, right? Of course, the APIs come within the support, but whatever solutions or samples that you're seeing here is not there. So this is completely for you to get your hands dirty and do some sort of dev stuff. So it has a couple of things. So one is we do have a lot of community calls which happen. So you might have seen folks like Vesa Evanen and a couple of folks who keep doing this weekly call wherein they discuss about a lot of new stuff which is happening around SPFX. You'll see a lot of people who are joining in and they're building components and all, right? A community call. So we really welcome you folks to be a part of this community calls and get yourself enlightened more with SPFX. Then we also have a lot of guidance, best practices around how you should be building something for Microsoft Teams, right? Or say for instance, if you want to use SPFX, what are the guidance around it? And these are basically coming from Microsoft and the industry experts, folks who are MVPs, folks who have been constantly contributing to this, folks who have been in the industry for, who are like SharePoint veterans who have been there for quite some time. All right. And then, as I said, a lot of videos, samples, and solutions. You also have the SharePoint lookbook, which you can go and take a look at. And it's pretty much good stuff. And today, these are the people who are contributing to the patterns and practices. And if at all you want to start contributing to this today, if you feel that you have a very good dev story to showcase, you build something, you want to be a part of this community, of course, you can be a part of this and you can share your knowledge. So this is what the PNP is all about. So we really recommend folks to come on board and contribute to this as much as possible. All right, so over to you, Vijay.
Sure. Are you able to see my screen, Vignesh?
It is coming up. Give me a minute. Yeah, it's coming up.
Sure.
Yeah, you're good to go. Yeah.
Okay, so as Vignesh mentioned, PNP, right? So there are multiple things are available which can be reused easily. So one such thing is PNP reusable controls. Okay, so for example, when you're building SharePoint Framework solutions or SharePoint Web Part or extension, right? There are a lot of reusable controls available. For example, if you want to have a drop down to display all the SharePoint list within the site, right? So you no need to build anything from the scratch. Okay, so it is pretty straightforward. Like you can make use of this PNP reusable control. Okay, so if I just quickly show you that, so you can use that control and just the component the component file, you just need to add this particular the control alone. Okay, so for example, I have a list picker where I just need to have a drop down displaying all the SharePoint list. So just I need to have this list picker control which has been already part of a PNP reusable controls available. You just need to refer that and add it over here, and you just need to map like a bound here, like what items needs to be or which site, from which site you need to get the list. So that is the only thing that you need to do it, right? So like this, there are a lot of components available or a lot of controls available. So quickly, if you see a demo, okay, so I'll go to this one. So I have used this all SPFX PNP React controls, and I've created a lot of uh, um, um, added those controls over this page. Okay, so just okay, so for example, if you see whatever you're seeing in this particular page, right? PNP web part control, web part title control, map control. So all these things are controls. I just use the code snippet which is already available or refer that control, and all these things are built. So for example, a PNP people picker. So it is all the reusable control. You just need to refer this control alone. So for example, we don't need to write any functionality from the scratch basically. So if you see all these controls, date time picker, site breadcrumb, okay, and also if you see the documentation perspective, so For example, this is the PNP list list picker. So it displays all the list from my particular current site, email, contents, project details, and everything. So basically, if you see the documentation perspective also, everything is clearly given over here. You just need to install this particular npm package, npm install React control. This is the only one which you need to install it. Once you install it, you can see all the documentations are given over here. So currently, if you see the available controls, these are the available controls. Exactly what you need to do it, where you need to add and what are the properties available to it. So everything is clearly mentioned over here.
Hey Vijay, there is a lot of problem with your voice. Your voice is chopping a lot. Vijay, there? Well, folks, so in the interest of time, what I'll do is we just have a couple. Vijay, there?
Vignesh, are you able to hear
Maybe I'll
me?
take, yeah, I'll take it away from that. Yeah, 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 I can hear you, but your voice is breaking a lot, and we just have 4 more minutes left.
Sure,
I'll
Vignesh.
just
Yeah,
finish it
yeah,
off.
we
Yeah.
can take.
So, folks, sorry about that. So, basically, what Vijay was wanting to show you is as a part of the PNP solution. So, we in fact wanted to talk about the SharePoint Starter Kit. So, today this is available for you to go ahead and download it. And these are the components that it would deploy as a part of the SharePoint Starter Kit. So earlier last year we had the version 1, and now we are also having the version 2. So please feel free to go ahead and use it, and you can play around with this. Right. So when it comes to the SharePoint development, as I clearly said, a lot of these things that you already want is already available there. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. So whatever is already there, go ahead and use it, and you can play around with that. And as a part of the Microsoft 365 Dev program, starting from last year onwards, we are giving you a M365. It's not E1, E3. It is a E5 Dev subscription that we are giving you. So everybody understands the goodness of an E5 subscription. So if you do not have one today, so please take advantage of that link, or just say M365 developer subscription. You can go ahead and start using one for yourself. So I highly recommend, please, if you haven't done it already, this is about time. Go ahead and spin up a new tenant for yourself. And once again, if for SharePoint dev folks, if at all you want to keep improving your knowledge, so these are some useful resources. So we have the SP dev docs, SP dev videos, dev issues, wherein you can come and talk to us about all the problems that you're facing. If a particular component is breaking, or if it is not really working the way it is supposed to work, you can come and let us know about that. And of course, a lot of these things are open sourced, which means you have all these repos in the GitHub, as we have a lot of GitHub repos. Go there, look at our samples that we have put in there. You could see a lot of things coming from the community as well. So please take advantage of that. So thank you so much for your time, folks. And I understand there was a few of network issues here and there. We really do apologize for that, but I believe the core message was very well delivered, and you folks were able to understand the new releases that we have made in SPFX. So continue to enjoy the bootcamp, and as I said, please go ahead with the subscription. So if at all you have any questions, we have 2 more minutes left. So please bring up your questions. Thanks once again, folks.
Thanks, Vignesh. Thanks, Vijay.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. We have Radhakrishnan going to start in few minutes. and he will be covering how you can use PowerShell with the Microsoft 365 Graph API across all the workloads.
Hi, Perumal. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Let me know once you are able to see my screen.
Okay. Yes, we are good to go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Very good morning to all. Welcome to the session of Microsoft Graph with PowerShell. How we can use it effectively uh, uh, to call or get the reports from Microsoft Cloud Services. Myself, Radhakrishnan Govindan, also known as RK. I have a 13 years of experience in IT. I work as a senior consultant by profession, and I've done many certifications, and I do blogging in my own website called windowstechpro.com. uh, in today's agenda, we are going to talk about what is Microsoft Graph, why we need it, and how we can use this in a graphical user interface that is called Graph Explorer and PowerShell, and also app requirement to use Microsoft Graph, and using Microsoft Graph API, how we can call Microsoft 365 workloads. And then we are going to talk about bits and pieces of cloud services, how we can call it using it. Okay. So first of all, let us talk about what is Microsoft Graph, why we need it, and why. Because I'm talking about it, I've seen many people, they have a confusion. What is this Graph? Is it a really application, or what it is, right? So let's get clarified in this part. Microsoft Graph is not it's not an application. It's an interface to connect with all Microsoft cloud services. Consider you are a user or application. You wanted to get resources or data like Exchange services or Active Directory. What you are doing, you open a PowerShell and you will connect to PowerShell, and you will get the data from Azure Active Directory or on-premises Active Directory, right? The PowerShell, what you connecting like modules, that is called interface, right, to connect to your data where it resides in Active Directory or some other resources. So data and user, in between there is a interface, right? Interface is called API, application programming interface. So using this interface only, you are connecting to your data and you are getting the data, and you are getting data or posting something, or you are doing some modification. All those things happening through that interface. So when you connecting using interface, you will use a OAuth protocol or some other protocols right, that is used for the security purpose and authentication purpose. Now, when you come to Microsoft Cloud Services, we have a huge services workloads like Azure Active Directory, Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Intune, and OneDrive, and many more services, right? So before Microsoft Graph, there were multiple application interfaces to connect each individual workloads, like management API for Azure Active Directory. If you want to see sign-in logs or audit logs of Azure Active Directory, specifically you will use management API, right? In management API, you can do modification, all other things, right? Same way, if you want to connect Exchange Online, you will use Outlook API. That is where it will bring up a connectivity between you or your application to Exchange, and you can do modification or get the data and return with the functionalities, right? If you want to connect into your devices, all those things were different application interface they were using. So it is too complicated, and Microsoft was thinking how we can fix it. That is where Microsoft brought a single interface that is called Graph. It is called Microsoft RESTful API, right? Graph.microsoft.com is the interface between you or your application to the Microsoft Cloud services. So all the Azure, Exchange, SharePoint, and other applications, right? Whatever you connect, you will connect using the endpoints. Like if you want to connect Azure Active Directory, you will connect to specific endpoint, but the interface remains same with graph.microsoft.com, and this is the version which I'm going to talk about later. So single interface, unified interface to connect all your cloud services and get the things done. Why Graph? Why not my management API, other things, right? Management APIs, if you see, there are multiple interfaces you are creating, but in Graph you are bringing a single interface to connect. That is where you can minimizing your connectivity to the workloads and get the things done. All right. And Graph is the biggest thing. It is very speedy, and it is easy to use it. And if you use it PowerShell and other things, right? Say example, I'm working in a big company and it has a more than 3 lakh users. If I want to retrieve sign-in logs for Azure, for complete organization, I need to connect to Azure Active Directory, fetch the report, right? If it is one day, obviously there will be in lakhs sign-in logs. If I go for management API, it will take huge lot of time, and also sometimes it fails because token expiration and other things. But in Graph you can use it and you can batch it and get the reports in couple of hours. That is the beauty of Graph. That's why I selected this topic to talk today in this wonderful event, right? So Graph uses worth 2.0 protocol to connect to Microsoft 365 cloud services. And Graph uses incremental permissions. Say example, you created an application, right? And you given certain application, certain permission which granular to that particular workload. Say example, you creating application, you giving only rights to get the Azure Active Directory data. You can limit it with user basic information or sign in logs kind of thing, directory logs, right? So once you given granular level of access to that Azure Active Directory, other application, that particular app will not be able to talk. So that is the way you can restrict the permission specific to certain workloads. That And if you want to increment, say example, today you given Azure Active Directory permission for one of the application, tomorrow they are asking for Exchange or some other workload permissions, right? You can increment it. You no need to remove that application and re-register, right? That way also Graph is working perfectly for the permission level, resource level permissions. And w- how we can get started with Microsoft Graph, right? Graph API. First of all, you should know for what reason you are going to use Graph. Say example, what is the resources you want to access for? So that you need to be clear. Say to your registering application, you want to get only Azure Active Directory. So that is clear. That is the resources you are going to talk. And permissions, you have to get only permission to that specific resources, right? That way, so you need to clear what resources you want to get access, access and get the logs, all those things, right? So as I mentioned, Microsoft Graph is a unified RESTful API. It's a single API to connect all the Microsoft cloud services and and get the things done. So using Microsoft Graph API, you can connect everything. In Microsoft right now, all cloud services you can connect using the Graph API, and you can get the data, or you can post the data to the cloud services. It's a single endpoint for all your Microsoft services. So let's talk about Microsoft Graph, how we can use it, what and all things there, right? So first of all, Microsoft Graph, you should know what is the method you wanted to do with Microsoft Graph. The methods, there are multiple methods like using get method, you can retrieve the data from the cloud services like Microsoft Cloud Services. Postmans, you can create certain things to the Microsoft Cloud Service. Example, you wanted to create Azure Active Directory user, or you wanted to create a SharePoint site, or you want to create a mailbox. All those things you can do it using Microsoft Graph API. That is using the post method, HTTP method. And put delete method out of also follows same thing. Delete means you can delete certain user, the SharePoint site, all those things, functionalities you can do. Put also, like you wanted to create a mail, or you wanted to send out an email, or you wanted to post something in the SharePoint site, all those things you can do. Patch is the specific one which you should for, for example, how you have a user, you wanted to update certain attributes, right? Using the patch method you can update that. I'm going to explain each method, how we can use it effectively. And versions are nothing but, in Graph there are two different version 1.1 beta version. This version also we are going to talk later. And resources are very important. This is what I mentioned. What do you want to access, whether you wanted to access users or your groups or sites, devices, what you want to access, that is what you need to mention. And within that resources, what you wanted to access, like user, groups, and device, specific device you wanted to access, right? All those things you can mention. Property is nothing but, yeah, within that user, you, if you want to see particular attributes, or you wanted to update particular attribute, right? That also we can say it. And query parameter is nothing but, you want to filter, you want to do some selection method, order by, all those things you can do using the Graph API. So this is how we can use Graph call to Microsoft workloads. So uh, let's talk about the let's see the demo, how we can retrieve the data. So I'm going to explain Microsoft Graph Explorer. You can connect using Microsoft Graph, so graph.microsoft.com. Here, Graph Explorer. This is a graphical interface to connect Graph, Microsoft Graph API. And first of all, what you have to do, right? You need to sign in to the Graph Explorer. Right now, I connected. If you see, it shows my ID here. And if you see, this is the methods what I mentioned, HTTP methods: get, post, put, patch, delete. All those things are methods. We will see each one. And this is the versions what I mentioned, V1.1 beta versions. And this is the endpoint. Endpoint is nothing but what you want to access. End of the day, you can call it as a resource. Say here, it shows me, right? I wanted to see my data, my particular profile. So what I can do, I can connect, I can run a query, and you can see the response of my details. Right, same way, these are all the endpoints, default endpoints. You can use it and connect, right? So if you see, the when I am using get method, version 1.0, it shows only certain attributes. It's not showing more, right? If I go ahead and select beta version here, I will get a huge data which included all the parameters like license, each exchange attributes, all those things mentioned. Why there is a different, right? Why version difference are there? 1.2 on beta. So let's talk about it for a couple of minutes. So in your production, if you are a developer, you will be having your dev site and the production site, right? In development site, you will do all your development things, and in production site, you will be hosting only your production workload, right? So for production workload completely tested, and it is matured way. It's a matured to publish to users. That way, version 1.0 considered it as a production workload, and beta is your developer workload, right? Beta version has many things to use for a development side, right? Microsoft keep on updating this versions. So there is no specific thumb rule telling that you need to use only 1.0 for your production workload. You need to use one beta for your developer things, right? So based on your requirement, right now, say example, when you use 1.0, you will not be able to see other things, licensing, SharePoint sites, all those things. You will not be able to see, right? That time you will not be able to use 1.0 because your requirement to see the license. So that time you can use it beta. It's not a thumb rule, but it is good to validate and keep on updating the resource version point here, right? So now I have fetched my report. Okay, so now if you see, I have connected using my ID, and here you can see permissions. So if when I am reading my profile, I have consented only for my profile. By default, all the users are able to get their own, own profile information. So everyone in your organization, if they have a Microsoft license, they can go ahead and, sign into Graph Explorer. They can get their own data, right? When if you want to get all the users in the tenant, right? You will not be able to do it because you are not authorized or you are not consented. If you see, but right now I have consented only for my profile. If you want to read, if you want to get all user information, right? What you can do, you can go ahead and consent. If you are administrator, you go ahead and grant permission to get all the user property, all user information. This is how the consent will be incremental. Or if you want to access certain things, you can limit your consent. If you want to improve your queries, right, you can keep on you can keep on giving your consent. That way you can get access to that resources and get the information. If you see right now, user read write all permission has been granted for this particular user, and grab able to get the resources right now, right? So these are all the users available in my tenant what I have logged in right now, right? If I want to filter specific user, say example here, I want to filter Rajmohan.dk and camp 2020 dot, right? I'm able to get it this way. You can connect to users resources and specific user, you can go ahead and get the things, right? And if you want to filter further, you can do it using this method, right? So if you see right now, you wanted to see how graph is connected. As I've mentioned, graph API is the interface to connect to Azure, Microsoft workloads, right? So end of the day, it's not an application, right? So if you go ahead and see this application, Microsoft Graph, say all applications, Graph Explorer. By default, this is also registered in application. That is where I am able to connect using Graph Explorer to my tenant. If I remove this application from my tenant, I will not be able to do it, right? So next, talk about the access token has been granted for this Graph Explorer, right? So if you see here, there is an access token which has been given by Azure Active Directory of my tenant to Graph Explorer, right? If you get this token, let's see what is this token about, right? So jw.ms, it's a JSON token. So I wanted to see the token validity, how it got access to my tenant, how it is fetching this user details, right? So if you see here, this is the token what Graph Explorer has received from my tenant, and you can see the validity of the token. If you go to clients, and you can see that date of the start date, end date of the token, when it is expiring, and also how it got access, right? Using as one of the the username is admin, logged in using a password, you got access to the tenant, and you used application name called Graph Explorer, right? End of the day, what I wanted to make it clear here, Graph API is not an application, it's an interface to connect to your Microsoft workloads and get the things done, right? That is why I wanted to show here. Now let's talk about the patch method. Okay, so in patch method, what we can do, right? So example, this is a user, right? This is a user. In this user, if you see, I wanted to patch something for this user. So example, I want to update this particular user employee ID. Sorry, get user, right? Let me get the attribute employee ID. It will be here. Employee ID is there, right? I wanted to update this employee ID for this user using Graph, right? So I am going to update using a structured query, right? So let me remove this comma, and I will update 12345 6 as employee ID for this user rajmohan.dk, right? So let's see whether patch method going to update it, right? If you see, when I'm calling user, it is giving 200, okay, which means it is fetching the data, right? When I am updating, right, it is telling preventive value expected. Let me see whether I have a permission for it. By default, if I don't have permission, if you see, it is telling some bad request or permission not available, right? I have granted rewrite all. I will, the patch method should update this user information. Cannot convert preventive expected EDM string 8. Let me take some other attribute here. So it's failing for some reason. This is the user what I've connected. I wanted to update his employee ID. Let's put it in double quote. Is it expecting that one? Let's see. Looks. Yeah, not content. There's some reason it's not updating. Okay, let's see. But using patch method, you can update it due to some some time constraints. Let me take it forward. I will keep posted once I am able to fix it. So same way, delete method also you can go ahead and say example. I want to get one of this user. Let's get all the users here using a version 1.1. Is it select permissions? I've selected permission for it. Users have been able to consented, but still let me log in again. It's some issue with the Graph Explorer. Is it running forget? Yes. So when I'm going for all users, right, it's happening now. Let me get this user. Okay, it's looking for UPN Bootcamp 2020 dot. I'm able to get it. And let me try last one time the patch activity. Uh, right. So I wanted to update 7. Yeah, some reason it's failing. So let me try get. Okay, let me try to delete at least for now whether it is happening. Does not exist. So it looks the account has been deleted resource, right? Let me go ahead and validate in Azure Active Directory whether this user has been deleted. In deleted users, look, this account has been deleted, right? So it look the Graph Explorer. This is how the graph connects, and it can do all the activities specific to anything, right? And if you want to query groups, you should be able to query groups based on your consent. If you have provided permissions, you should be able to. Sorry, yeah. Let me get groups. It is telling insufficient permissions. If you go ahead and provide consent, So group read all, directory read all. So I wanted to provide only consent to my groups. Right, I have consented right now. I should be able to get the all the groups, right? So if you see, it is getting a token from my tenant and it is able to do all the functionalities whatever I wanted, right? And also if you want to call sites, SharePoint sites, you should provide consent first. And since there is no permissions, there are since it's a brand new tenant what I've created for this bootcamp event, I don't have any sites. But if you see, it is telling 200, okay, and which means if there are sites available in my SharePoint, in my Microsoft 365 tenant, right, should be able to provide it. So this is the graphical interface how you can connect using your own permission, your account user permissions, and get the things right. Now let me talk about how we can connect using the PowerShell, right? How we can connect using PowerShell and get the things done. So before we going to start, by default, PowerShell required certain things, right? PowerShell, you will not be able to keep on providing your username passwords, right? Because if you schedule some reports or if you schedule something, you will not be able to give user plain text your password here, right? So what you need to do, you have to register an application in Azure Active Directory. You have to provide permission, same like how this user got permissions. So what I've done for the PowerShell requirement, I've registered an application which is called Grap. This is the application what I've registered, and also I provided permissions only for the users right now. If you see the admin consent, what I provided only for the user profiles. I've not provided any permissions. It is a granular level, only specific to user things. This application can query my Azure Active Directory tenant only user profiles. It cannot do any other things, right? So I have registered an application, and this is what the application ID. This is the application ID, and if you see secret, i've I created a secret also under application registrations, right? So this is the application ID, this is my directory ID, and then I've created a client secret, right? This is the secret what I've created, and I keep that client secret and my tenant ID and the client ID. What I'm doing using this information, I am calling Microsoft Graph, and I wanted to do certain things, right? Let me run this query one by one, okay? So first of all, let's run this three variables what I've declared, and then what I'm doing, I am trying to get the URI. This is the my OAuth Azure Active Directory OAuth endpoint to get the token. Then what I'm doing, I'm constructing a query using this method, and I'm trying to invoke for the right. I'm trying to invoke for the access token. If you see right now, I've I've received access token. Okay, this is the access token. If you see, let us validate what is this access token about, right? As same way, what we have seen for the Graph Explorer, this token, how it looks like, right? Previously, when I logged in using Graph Explorer, you saw that it was showing a user and the password, right? Let us see how it looks. The token is there, and then it is telling the app name. This is the app name what I've registered, right? That is the app name it shows here. And it is not a using uh, password. It is right now using a client secret, right? And using that client secret, using this permission, it got the token, right? So the token is valid token from for this tenant to get the things, right, based on the consent what I provided. So what I wanted to do, same like Graph Explorer, I want to query users in my tenant. So if you see same way, when I am running a query, right, this is how you need to run a query. I'm calling users. Remember endpoint. This is the app URL. This is the endpoint what I want to connect and get the user resources, right? So I've connected these resources and I called users and I've got things. Now, if you want to see whether I have a privilege to call groups, right? When I'm connecting groups endpoint, it says you don't have permission. Your authorization is not provided, right? So what we need to do right now, we need to go to Microsoft Graph and go to API permissions and add permission. I'm giving application permission here. If you see all the every application in Microsoft Cloud, right, it has a own permissions. If you are not giving that permission, it will not be able to call it. So what I do right now, I will give read all. I'm giving full consent for the group specific. Now I've given permission. It is waiting for the not granted for Windows Tech Pro, right? If I go ahead and give privilege, I'm giving consent. Now it has been consented by the administrator. Now if I try to run this query, it will take some time since token. Let me try this again because token is old token. You can see here, right? Because previous token issued only specific to user. So once you consented, again it has to get the access token. So it got access token and I'm able to get things, right? So now I showed you how PowerShell can connect in a Graph Explorer and how it can get the reports. It is very fast. If you are using other PowerShell methods, right, like management API, normal Azure Active Directory user and all, right, it will take huge amount of time to get the complete user report. When you are using Graph as an interface to connect to your workload, it will be faster and efficient, and this way you can limit permission to specific workloads, right? So same way, this you can use Postman also to connect Microsoft Graph. Okay, let me show you how Postman work, right? I've connected here. If you see, I've connected Graph environment, and if you see, I keyed here my client ID, client secret, and tenant ID. Okay, why I keyed here, what I do, I will go to get the app only token. Let me try. See, if you see here, this is the tenant ID, this is the Azure Active Directory endpoint to get the authorization token, right? When I'm If you see how it is constructing body, it is taking the client ID and client secret, and it will go and talk to Azure Active Directory to get the token. Now if you see, the token has been received, and this token is valid token using the Postman also. You can, if you paste this token, still it is valid token, and you will be able to decode this token and see, right? The token is valid, and if you want to get users using this, you will be able to get users. This is how Graph is improving day by day, and there are a lot many things we are going to talk about in my next session in Hyderabad Bootcamp event next week Saturday by this same time. I'm going to talk very deep level queries, and also grab toolkit, how we can use it and improvise these queries. What I showed you from scratch, how we can connect graph explorer and get the things done, right? So in future, there are few things in future by Microsoft going to introduce. That one is called Microsoft Graph Connector. The connector which helps to connect your on-premises or different SaaS services, cloud services, to fetch the report and give same kind of results to your queries. And Microsoft Search API. These are all the two key features from Microsoft Graph side. It is in preview. If you opted for preview, you can go ahead and validate this feature. Thank you so much for the time, and uh, enjoy the bootcamp. Perumal, it's up over to you now.
Thanks a lot, RK. It was a really nice session. And one sec, let me have a look on. Is there any questions around that?
Yeah, thank you, Sathish. If any questions, please post it in chat. I will try to answer hereafter. Thank you so much, Sathish.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
everyone.
sure,
See you
RK.
guys.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. And the next one, I would like to welcome Mr. Manoj. Manoj,
Yep, few seconds, bro. So you're trying to join.
yeah. So Manoj will be working as with the Microsoft Team messaging extension. So that's something very new, even.
So we'll
Sorry.
start 12:25, bro. We'll start 12:25 as sharp time.
Yeah. So, folks, sorry. As per the plan, the next session was around at 12:30 only. So that's the reason I think Manoj will be joining us in 12:25. Let's wait for 5 more minutes on the same bridge, and we'll continue the session by 12:25. So we'll have a 5 minutes break. Thank you. Oh my God, Manoj. Hi, Manoj.
Hey Satish, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, dear. Thanks very much for hosting me here.
Yes. Yeah, Manoj. No worries. I know that our planned session is 12:30, but unfortunately we completed it by 12:15 itself. Okay, so that's the reason we were calling you.
Yeah. No, because actually I was in another session. It's just I wind up and find here. So I am actually good. Just give me 2 minutes. I will just set up the environment quickly. I'm good to go in next 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, Manoj. You take your time. We will start by 12:25.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Manoj, if you are ready, we can start, right? Or
Yep.
else you want a couple of
I'm,
more time.
no, I'm okay. We can start.
Yeah, Manoj. Yeah, it's all you can start.
I need to share the screen, right? From where?
Yes.
Share
You can
screen.
find the option at the bottom of the browser.
Yep, I got it. Just let me know once my screen is visible.
Yeah.
My screen visible? Okay, right.
Yeah, it's loading. Give me a minute. Yeah, we could see.
Okay, thanks very much.
Hi,
Okay.
Manoj, if you are ready, we can start, right?
Yes,
Or else
we
you
can
want a
start.
couple of more.
I'm okay.
Yes, Manoj, it's all with you.
Yep. Hey everyone, thanks very much for joining this afternoon, and very warm welcome this Saturday. And hopefully you enjoyed till yet. There's a lot of wonderful sessions is going on. So hopefully you will get something new here, and you will learn, and you will try to execute in your project. I will try my best. You will get something interesting from this session. So I'm just going to talk about here messaging extensions and what basically messaging extensions and how we can integrate with the Microsoft team and how we can leverage it. So you see in this like current situations of the COVID-19, and that's how the Office 365 and the M365 ecosystem, especially on the teams, is growing lots, and people are using with their purpose and it's like a anything. Okay, so teams development is growing very huge here. So extensions is one of the key area which makes our conversation basically more rich threaded. Okay, so just talk about messaging extension. So it's going to talk with the Azure bot services via web services in the backend. So as you can see on the screen, there are three type of extensions we can build, and each extension have their own meaning. So it's a search-based messaging extensions, as the name suggests. If you need to search anything within my existing scopes, what we have defined by the API, so we can use a search-based messaging extension. Another is the action based. If you need to take any of the actions, for example, if somebody has posted anything into the teams, for example, take an idea of any idea somebody has posted, and we need to report that idea. Okay, so we can take it. We just click it on this idea, the three dot after their conversations, and create an actions and post it. So the other people or my organization will note it down. So such type of scenario is very useful. If somebody says in the support system, my laptop is having an issue, we need to create a ticket quickly for that. Just to click create a actions based on that conversation is going on. Action based messaging extension is very useful. Link unfurling. So as the name itself suggests, we are going to unfurl the link. So when we post any of the links in the social media, so you guys say like there is any of the pictures or the text is available, it start appearing with a nice card, and it just gets displayed when we post the event link onto the LinkedIn, Facebook. It would automatically understand what is the next image, and it will just shows as a small cards and then some description. So the team's also having the same feature. So then why link unfurling? Link unfurling says uh, we can make it more rich that section. What my link is having, and if you need to show something more creative, like my audit report is going on. When I post the link of the audit report, and we need to show some more cards which will show in more detail. That particular card is having the details or link of any of the particular image, so that we can design the cards when we post the link, and we can show the card based on top of that link. So that is link unfurling. Okay. So let's start the session. So it's just a little bit introductions about me. I'm Manoj Mittal. I'm working as a senior technical architect with Mindtree Limited. It's a Bangalore-based organization. I'm working in the same location. I'm a C Corner MVP, and this is my blog site. So what I'm going to demonstrate in the next 40 minutes or next 1 hour here, you will get everything very well documented in my blog site. I will share those links. No need to take a screenshots or any notes. Just sit and relax and listen and get some more insights on top of that. So this is my YouTube channel. I am keep creating the nice videos. You can go through and get more insights. You can follow me on the Twitters, my Twitter handles, my LinkedIn And this is my C# corner. Here also I'll keep writing the blogs. You will just find the useful stuff here also. So let's move to the agenda, what I'm going to talk about in this entire session. So we'll talk about what's the messaging extensions overview. And then, as I mentioned, the three type of messaging extensions. We'll see the search-based command, how to build that particular commands and how to use it. We'll see the real-time scenarios from the scratch, and you will get to know how the bot is getting created, how the messaging extensions how to create, how to deploy, and how to use it. Similarly, I will just do for the action-based command also. So I have ready-made solutions I have already built, and GitHub locations also I will share. You guys can take it and leverage those things. Similarly for the link unfurling. And last, I will take one of the use case. So that use case I just take for the hospitality industries, like when we are storing that data in our systems like the SharePoint list, and how the messaging extensions we can search that data which is not in my team. So like via custom APIs we can write that will hit to my the external systems. It can be anything. It's SharePoint, CDS, or it can be database. We just need the APIs to return the data in JSON format, and we need to connect and just make searchable using the messaging extension. So these are the 4 demos I will cover in this session. So, okay. So messaging extension, okay. So messaging extensions, basically, it's a way to extend the message. So when the conversation is happening, how to, it's not only like we are doing the text-based conversation, how we can make it more rich, how we can make it more rich threaded expression, threaded, right? So those sections come into picture. To make conversation more interactive, and we are going to use in the backend as a bot framework, which is going to invoke the command, help to invoke the command via the web services. So another way, like messaging extensions enable the users to execute the search query and trigger the action in external systems. Right, the result of this type of actions are sent from our custom web services. If you see the custom web services, it's nothing. We are not going to write any custom APIs which is going to talk our extensions, but in the backend is going to use the Microsoft bot framework. So that bot framework is expose their own APIs. Those APIs is going to used here into the Microsoft Teams client, which we can embed it as a web pages or rich formatted card, which is called adaptive cards. We can use it here. So this is messaging extension. Hope it's clear for the definition. If any questions, you guys can put it. I will just happy to take those sections. Okay. So the next one, can we invoke from one of the following locations in the Microsoft Team app? Yes, there are 3 options. There are 3 ways where we can invoke the messaging extension. This is the command box, which comes on the top sections of the Teams itself, where from there also the people can invoke. Compose message box, where comes in the bottom sections where we are typing, and there's a small icons comes there only we can invoke. Third one is the more actions. When any conversation happening, every conversation, if you see on the just the right corner, there's the 3 dots. Once you click on the 3 dots, it will just give a small menu. There we can do those actions also. More menu actions will start appearing here. Basically, it's implemented as a web service. Okay, and how the team communicated with the web services, via the bot framework. The bot framework is mandatory. We need to create a bot which will help to execute the messages. Messaging extensions are registered as a bot itself within a bot framework, but it's not a bot actually. So it's another way how we are using bot as a web service. And this web services respond with a task module or with a rich formatted card. So I use in my demos as a adaptive cards, which are rich formatted card to display the messages. So you will get more insight into that one. So as I talk the 3-way compose sections, it start appearing here. From here you can see you can use this section to search command. So here is this another section. Here we can define our messaging extension. People can just click on this icon. It will pop up windows, or it will pop up extensions. We can select and start using more actions. When the conversation is happening, how to make it rich threaded conversation. From the more actions also we can define our own cards and we can respond it, right? So let's jump to this section. For the first one, that is the messaging extension is a search action, our search command, and how to implement the search command messaging handler, right? So okay, once we are going to develop the search command with the messaging extension handler. So before that, if you guys have any questions, I will just take it. I'll pause for a second. So just a theoretically part I covered. Now I'll go to the implementation sections now onwards here. Okay, so we'll just talk about now how to develop the search commands with the messaging extension handler. So you see there is a two sections. Once we develop the search actions where we can use into the two areas. Where is this top one is the command box is start appearing. So this is my custom messaging extensions, custom actions which I have created, and I'm going to type any keyword. It's going to hit to the API and get the data from external system. It's getting the data from the NuGet.org. It's just returning data here. So similarly, we can use our own APIs. We can start using. Another way to use this same extensions we can use in the bottom itself. Okay, so this sections where we need to use, we need to define in our manifest file. It's not for the code one. So in manifest, we can define here this extension, search based extension, where it's going to sit on the compose section as well as on the command section. So once we come here on the compose on the bottom of the conversations section. So once we click it here, so here our extensions will start appearing. We can start typing and then it will take the input from here, go to the APIs and just return the list or the grid structures which we can design here the sections. Once we click again on click off of that, we can generate our own cards. So as you can see here, how this search-based messaging extensions entire screen six work. So search query is sent from the Microsoft Teams. So once my extensions will appear here, I go to the Teams particular channel and just select it here, and I just start typing the words in this section. Once I select this one, okay, so my web services is respond basically to this section. What is and then data is going to represent into the list structure here. And when the user select any of the particular message, so it is going to add to the compose. Okay, so once we click it here, so this is again card is going to appear. So we knew the context of this particular item and we are going to design the card. So this is a small image coming from this section itself. This is the title, now the descriptions and the two buttons. So this entire sections we can build in our bot and we can return it via the card to this one. So move to the next. So this is the next like how, so till bot is okay. We can write all the custom code. So bot is like a separate entity itself. It's not integrated with a team. But now the question comes how we can integrate with the teams that bot as an extension. So in a bot to register that particular bot as extensions into a team. So bot also we need to use those AP like those functions which is inherited from the team activity handler, and it allows what type of extensions we need to give. We need to implement those methods that is in the bot. Now once our bot is ready, so in our the manifest file which is going to sit into the teams and call our bot, here are the few important sections. We need to provide the bot ID. So what the bot is going to talk about this sections, what the bot is doing that functionality. Another sections for the command section. In the command section, that is quite important, the context. So it says where my bot is going to sit, where is extension is going to sit. Actually, it's on a compose section as well as on the command box section. Whatever we will define, extensions will be available accordingly. And what type of extension it is. So it's going to build a query. So once we are typing anything, it's take that word and passing to the bot. So it's querying to the another system and get back to the data, right? So it's just a glimpse of the code. I will show the actual code and give you the more insights on that one and deployment for all those things. So basically how the codes will look like. So this is how the Visual Studio codes, and this section is only the one. So once you go and create the eco bot, that is a 2.1 framework, you can use it. Very much available now. 3.1 is also out. So you can use that one in the EcoBot section. Just remove all the code sections. We don't need any functionality. Remove all the functionality and just implement team activity handler. So this activity here we can define. This is having their own predefined methods which we can use for the different type of activity. If I'm building for a search based extension, if you are building for an action based extension, if you are building for a link for unfurling, so those type of extensions having their own methods. If you see here, team activity handler, what we need when we are typing, those words will coming as a query and we need to pass it here. So this is the first method which are going to use here. It's the own team messaging extension query async. So it will read those parameters and get the data here, and it will pass it to this our function, which will return the list of data. And once we select any of the item here, sorry. So here, once we select any of the item, again we are designing one new card which is going to post into the conversation. For this section, for the selected items, we need to post it back via adaptive card. These sections come into the picture. So these are the two methods we need to implement after doing the inheritance from the team activity, especially for the implement search is command. What happened? Okay. Is my screen visible? Am I audible? Can someone confirm to me? I got some noise here. Okay, fine. That's okay. So the next section, once my manifest file is ready, my bot is ready, now how we can deploy. So this is again the screenshots is there. We need to navigate to the teams, just select the app studio, and what our manifest file we have created, just zip it and you will get the manifest file here. And go to the teams, import this sections here, and you will get the bot, and just select it here and click it. It will be available to use, right? So let's move to the demo for that section actually before moving to the action. Okay, so I'll show. So this is just a bot. So I just created one sample bot here. So as I showcase into the screenshot, as such, nothing important. So I have added any other functionality. So the two sections which what I modified here in the EcoBot sections, I use the team activity handler. I removed all the existing code which is not required. And in team activity handler, I use the functions which is on team messaging extension query async, which will help me to read the parameters. If you see here, I'm just getting the query parameter and coming into the text format to me. Once I'm getting this text format, I'm just calling to my another function, and this functions what it will do, it will come back here and call the APIs. If you see at the bottom, yep. So I call these functions as a text, and here I have mentioned the anonymous API which is exposed. So that is the NuGet.org. It will return some data. Similarly, we can use our own custom API. So the last demo I will show to use the custom API. So, but use anonymously. Once we get the data and build a one JSON structure. Once I build the JSON structure, return the one created one list and return it accordingly here. So now we'll come back here. We got the packages, and this section, what the JSON structure we have received. Now we are going to show the as a attachment entire list. So entire list structure we are going to define here. Yeah, this is the image, what the icons we need to showcase. And this is a simple hero card which will show the titles and those items written it in that section itself. So once it will appear, so now the another sections we have, once we select any of the item, we have another methods we need to implement extension selected item. So what are the items we are going to click? Again, we need to post it that method, right? That into the conversation for that purpose. So what are the items we have select? Again, we are creating a one thumbnail view card. So this card, what it needs, it's a title it's having the subtitles and just a button. So it's all up to us. So what way we are going to implement, we can implement accordingly and start using this section. So this the buttons is having the two buttons we have added here. So there is a new get package and some other buttons. So those buttons we have added and again posted to the team conversation area. So this is with respect to the bot. As such, no other configurations for that section. So let me go back to this section manifest file. So there's a team app manifest folder I have created. I just added the one PNG image and the color outline section. And the important section is the manifest.json file. So if you see here the manifest file, so what is important in this section? So you can copy from the GitHub locations. The same structures will be available. Even Microsoft doc.microsoft.com. There also you will get the same structures there. Just need to understand here what need to modify in this section. One is the bot ID is important. Versions ID if you need to change, you can change it. And the bot ID is important. Need to change. some descriptions, names, icons. So for this demo purpose, I use those out of box only. I didn't change, but as per your organizational point structures or the organizational need point of view, you can put the relevant comments and descriptions here. Now important sections come for the compose extension. As I was talking earlier, the bot ID again we need to provide. Remember, bot ID need to change two places. One is on the top, another is in the compose extension. Once we come back to the command section, so here is important thing. So what should be the context for this particular extension? We need to provide compose or the command box. Both sections will start appearing here. As soon as I will provide, it will start appearing. Right? Let me go and deploy this code and see how it behaves. So I'll click on build. Okay, it's building. Yeah, let's see. I'll go click on publish. So I have already created the Azure bot in the backend. So if I see the Azure bot, yeah, let me go back here. So that bot, I have downloaded the profile. So once I'm going to publish, I will use the same profile. It will go and sit in that section itself. Okay, so this is the one of the bot I created, MS Team bot. So I just created a simple bot, no other configurations. It's an out of box bot, and I downloaded the profile from this section. An important thing is we are going to talk with a team. So we need to remember we need to enable the team's channel here. Otherwise, our bot will not, our teams will not understand this bot, and it will not communicate with the team. So only the thing what I have done here, I'll just enable the team's channel. Yeah, it will take some time. It will start here. Okay, so in the meantime, I'll just okay, it came here. So like that. So we need to just add the teams channel. By default, it shows the web chat. Our teams will be there. You can just select your teams and just click it. It will add it here. No need any configurations for this sections also. Then you guys can go to the app service settings. Here you will get the profile. Yeah, so I just click it here. It will download the profile for me, which will help to deploy it at code. So I'll go back here. So this profile I have already added. You can click on the new and select that locations. It will appear like that. So use the web deploy instead of FTP. I saw that some people start using FTP and it keeps failing. So you need to use the web deploy. I click on publish. So it will take a couple of more seconds, not more than that time, and then bot will get published. So yep, so bot get published and we'll get the message here. So it will something like that. The default bot sections will start appearing here. Yep. So that's fine. Now bot we have deployed. Now we need to integrate with a team. So for the team purpose, what we need. So this folder structures, just for the sake of simplicity, I dump it here. No need to put within this folder structures. You can put anywhere else also. Okay. So this folder is no more related to the bot. So here this folder structure. So we need to like the what the configuration changes we have done in the manifest, like the bot ID, and we have defined the context. Just take all this file, create our manifest file, and this files we need to upload into the team. Now let me select this path. I'll go back to the teams which I created or I have. I will go back to the App Studio here, App Studio. I clicked on the three dots, click on the App Studio, came back to the manifest editor. So it will slow today. Yep. So I already have. Let me delete all this. I don't need. I'll create from the scratch now. I delete the search. I delete the action. Just before the demo, I was just trying out. For that purpose, it was okay. Delete it. So now click on the import an existing app. So I'll give my location. So where my manifest folder is there. So it should be combination of all these three, and that should have in a specific size. If it's like up and it's like little bit less than more it will fill our packages. So this icons is very much in line what size Microsoft has given. We need to use that type of icons only. I use manifest sections once I select it. So it will take couple of seconds. It will start appearing into the manifest. It will open entire sections what manifest we have created. So another way we can directly create here also, because as such we didn't add any packages to that one. We need to provide our app ID and other details. So here is a manifest extension. We'll see, and we'll go back to the app details also. We'll get all the details, and we can create from this environment itself. But it's easy. We have a handy in the JSON structures to build it. So all informations what we have provided, I'll just come back here. Let's just use the load indicator and messaging extensions. So we can verify the bot ID what we have provided and what we are using. I'm using BDA5CD, something like that. It start appearing exactly the same. I click on test and distribute to test it quickly. I click on install. So yeah, it will ask to add to the teams now. So you see it start appearing immediately here. So let's search for some words. Okay, as I'm using the NuGet.org, it's an open API. So the data is coming from here. We can use our own custom APIs to get the data. You can see those data is coming in that format, how the list structures we have provided start appearing here. If I select anyone, so again we have built one more card on select of item. So that is also in our control what type of card we need to design. So it's quite simple. Just take it from here. If you need to post it in some of the conversations, we can do it. Okay, so let's go back to the team. So, or in the teams, or go back anywhere in the chat section. So this extensions basically is independent to the sections if we are using into the teams or we are using anywhere. So see, I'm not using the teams here. I'm using the bot which is coming. We can use here itself, and we can use within teams context itself. So we can paste it entire cards here. And similarly here, if I see, so start appearing here our extension. It's a search extension. If I type it here, the team, the same experience you will get it here also. So it will start appearing accordingly. So it posted. See the same cards it came here. If you need to reply and we need to search it, okay, go ahead. So sorry. So we posted that card itself here. So this is the way how we can build the search-based messaging extension. And we saw how to build from the scratch using the bot framework, and then we integrate it with the teams using the manifest file, deploy into the App Studio, manifest editor section, do the necessary changes what is required, and then start using into the command box or the compose box. So let's move to the next section now. So this was for the search, right? Now we'll talk about the actions. So that is also quite interesting, and we'll understand what it is. Now we'll talk about in this session what is action commands and how to implement the action command message handlers. Quite interesting in the organizational stuff. So please take your attention here. So basically it use perform actions in external system and include in the result conversation. Complete the complex task involving multiple steps. When any conversation is happening and we need to perform the rich threaded conversation based on some results, we need to provide it the rich card. So with the help of this, we can use the action extensions and we can perform that actions. And we need to take any input within a conversation. We can use the action based messaging extensions and get those data. So how it's work? Again, okay, messaging extensions command allow the users to collect the information using the model pop-up dialog box and process their information, send it back to the team's channel conversation area. So if you see this screen here, this is the teams. As I click on the bottom section, this screen will appear and show me what are the apps we have, and just the action-based messaging extensions will appear. You just click it here, one pop-up will appear on the screen, and here again the cards, what cards we have designed, that's in our control, what the model pop-up window we have designed, what input we need to take it from the users once you click on submit, and again post it to the conversation area. So it's works like that. basically how it comes here. When we invoke, so the JSON payload is sent it to the register web services. Register web services is nothing like a bot. It's only the bot. It's sending to the bot via the to the API services. So what the content we are going to create here? It's create a payload. It's a JSON payload, and it's send it to the API. And when the APIs respond, it will take to it will implement this web interface via the adaptive card or via the task module. Both can be used here. I use here as an adaptive card, which is written to the conversation section and posted to the Teams channel. And this is another way of the action base. If you see here, once any conversation is happening, so here's the three dots, right? Once we click it here, we'll get the more details, more actions, and here our message, here our actions will start appearing. Once we select this particular action, and what are the cards we have designed here? So you see this particular cards is designed. Once we click on the submit, so reply to this one, we can just post it our card, so it does start appearing here. So that depend on us what we need to implement, what type of card we need to design. We can design and we can reply with those ones. So like that somebody has posted an idea, so we need to like create a card. Okay, your ideas look awesome, and it's submitted for the approval. So here is, instead of putting the simple text, so some cards we can design with a thumbs up image and appreciations for their ideas, and just post it in the backend. We can store that data into external system. Okay, so this is again, once we created our bot, so again it's the same structure, but some context is different. It's where we can use this section. So here also, like compose extensions, once we are building, we need to define the type of action. It's not a query. We are going to take an action here. And what is the context for this? It's a context is a compose only. We are not going to take the command on a top which is coming. It's coming on the bottom section. And as well as this action is for messaging section, where the shared messages is our ID. Here only we need to take it. So these are the two sections where we are going to implement this action based messaging extension. And it's fine here. So it's just for the again high level code point of view. What we need to implement the class teams activity handler, and here we need a different methods, right? For that, not the same one which was earlier for the search. So here we need the submit action, and once we submit the actions, we need to decide where are two type of action is there. One is going to create a card, one is going to share a message. And with respect to the create and card, what type of actions we need to perform? When we are going to use the share a message, what type of actions we need to perform? So for this sections, we can write our own. There is a different methods comes, and it should be written type like the messaging extension action response, which is need to understand. So we can define their own method and return the cards accordingly. So we'll see more details in the code for this one. So again, it's a same way how we use the search-based messaging extension deployment. Similarly, in the action-based messaging extension deployment, we should have ready with our manifest file. We'll go to the teams, click on the App Studio, click on the import from existing app. Once we click, we need to browse the path and select our zip file, which consists of three sections, which is the icon color, icon outline, and the manifest file, which define where this messaging extension go and sit. And then it will start appearing here once we click it and start using into the teams. So let's go to the demo and see there. Before that, I will just close this solution. I will browse the folder structures where I have the another solution for the messaging extension. Yep. So let it open this action-based messaging extension here. Not take much time. Come back now here. Okay, fine. So this solution has opened. So it's a similar to that one. So I just created using the .NET Framework 2.1 this solution, and this solutions again it's a ecobot.cs this section. So in this bot, I removed all the code sections and used the team activity handler. And this team activity handler, as this is the action based messaging extension, so we need to implement those methods. So similarly here we have our own team messaging extension submit action, and it will decide what actions we need to perform based on the action ID. Are we going to create a card, or are we going to create a share message? Once we are going to create a card, so it will pop up a window, and then model dialog box. We are going to design a card. What type of card it should be? It should have three sections is there. One is the title, subtitle, and the text section, and which we are going to present it here. And the share messages, if you'll see, share messages is this is fine as of now. I just use a dummy code structure, which is going to show the one hero cards and just having the some link of the images, and it will reply. So we can design this messaging extension and this particular section as per our need, right? And here, if you go to the manifest.json, so manifest.json is again, it's almost the same structure, only the context we need to change it here. So we have the bot ID we need to define. So I will use the same bot for this, just for the demonstration purpose. So the bot ID we need to edit here, and other relevant information you can add as per your organizational need. Similarly, the bot IDs you need to provide here. Now the important sections is here. What the card is going to appear, so we can define all those parameters as a static way here itself. And then what should be the context of my particular bot? Is the context is a compose which we are going to use. And another sections we are going to use as a share messages. Once I use the share messages, we need to define what is the context here. Context is a message where we click on the more menu and we'll publish those sections. Okay. So let me deploy this one and we will test how it's work quickly. So let me build it, this section. Here. Take a couple of more seconds. It's done. I'll click on publish. So it's already selected here. Similarly, you can download your profile from the Azure bot and you can select it here and click on the publish. So it will take again a couple of seconds and it will get published. Once it's ready, we'll take the manifest file and deploy to the Teams area. So let's wait for a couple of more seconds here. Yep, it's done. So we'll see any, yep, it's deployed successfully here. So let's open this section. Okay, so that is important. We need to deploy it in manifest package. So this manifest package, again, I just took all these files and just right click and the zip this section, send to the zip. It will create the structures like that. We can give the name manifest and we need to take it again, the same structure from here. I will go to the teams. Where is my team? Yes. So let it be this section. Again, I move to the teams.microsoft.com and click on three dots, move to the App Studio. And I came back to the manifest editor. So here we see there is a no action based extension exist. I click on import from existing app. I'll just click this path. Yep, select manifest, open. So that card will appear here. Yep, so we get all the details of the particular app. I just click on messaging extension. So it shows what are the details we have provided, what type of cards we are going to design and what parameters it should be. That's the create card section. And we'll see the app details. So all the app details, bot ID is important for us. So that we have seen that is okay. No indicator. I'll just click test and distribute for this. Yep. So once I click on add, it will associate it with a team. So this one anyway is fine. I'll go to the team because I didn't remove this one. That's why it's just here. It's okay. So I just move to the team. So it's not specific to teams. It will be available all extensions to all the teams. So here my action messaging extensions is came. Okay. Once I click it here, you can see this entire forms will come. It can be the task module. It can be the adaptive cards. Accordingly, we can design it and we can fill the information. It's just like extension, extension, MSP, is MS extension, and we'll just add demonstrate MS. Okay, and submit. So accordingly, we can design our all actions once the cards will appear, and where we need to submit those data, we need to post it here. So you see these sections will start appearing here. Whatever the details I have posted. So that depends on our cards. So this is my that title on a rich border section, and then again is a further less, and then again is a simple text. How the title, subtitle, and description will start appearing. We can add those images and make it more rich and start using those sections. So how this card will start appearing. So this is the one way how the action-based messaging extensions is used. And another options which I was telling, click on the more menu. If it will be available to all the context, okay, what a conversation is going on. Select here, share messages, what we have given. So here also again we have a control. We can design our own cards. As of now, nothing is there. Just few text I added. I'll just click on the submit. So something like we are going to post with respect to this conversations. So it's become the threaded conversation. What conversation is opening, what are the card we have designs and get the data from there, and we are posting reply to this section. So this is the way like how the action-based messaging extension make our conversation more rich, threaded with a rich adaptive card. So we can design our own apps with respect to this. Okay. So now let's move to the demo again. Demo the last section. So the next section, which is the overview, will start with the link unfurling and the implementations of the link unfurling. So messaging extensions, link unfurling invoke the activity when the hyperlink from the defined domain is pasted into the message compose area. So that is quite important statement. It's a defined domain. It's not like that I can post any of the URL in my Teams and my this card will start working. Okay, so for example, if you see here, this link I have pasted here, my Teams is quite capable to understand, and it will just paste it, show the this type of cards with some images with some title description. But I want to show my own card in a different way from this link that we can design it here, and we need to tell to our messaging extensions, yeah, these are my whitelisted domains. You need to understand if anybody posted the link and this will come from this defined domain, then only this code will execute. So that is quite interesting and quite important section here, which we need to define. These are the whitelisted domains, right? So let's move to the next. So for this, once our bot is ready with the code, and when you need to register the same messaging extensions with the teams. So here also the similar section, we need to define where it works. It works with a command box. We can define the command box as a context, and we need to define the domain. So here, as I define the domain, if I posted something from the botframework.com, or if I post it from the start.wikipedia.org, it will understand and allow to change the behavior and to paste the card what I have designed. So here also the glimpse of the code, how it's going to work. So basically the team activity handler, which we are going to inherit it in our bot code in the eco bot, and just use the another method. So what we use in the search and action base here is something different. On team app based link query sync. So this method is quite important, and another method is like on team messaging extension query sync. So both methods we need to use only in case if we are using the link unfurling, and we need to design the cards accordingly. So here we are saying once we are getting, we need to design our own hero cards. What should be the title? What should be the query URL? And what should be the image? If need to post it something different URL and different title based on that link, so that we can do from the here. So again, deployment point of view, it's a similar way how we used in the past for the search and the action base. So same manifest file, we need to create it, we need to zip it, go to the team section, click on the app studio. Here it will appear this window, import an existing app with the JSON structure we have created. just select this one and deploy it. So we'll get this type of sections and done. So let's move to the demo for this also, and we'll get more detail. Let me close this sections as I have done this one. I'll open the new demo. So link unfurling I have. Yep. So let it open this section. One load. Let's take a couple of seconds to load. So we'll see that one soon here. Okay. So after this, I have one more demo with respect to the custom API. I will show that sections. So here you will see here the same the EcoBot which I generated using the .NET Framework 2.1. So don't rely on 2.1. Just check what the latest is coming. So I built using that. If something new framework is coming, go ahead with the documentation, go with the blogs, and just use the latest framework and start exploring the new features and use that one. Same here in the ecobot.cs. Once I select it, so it's going to inherit. I removed all the code structures and use the teams activity handler, and the two methods is important here on team app based link query sync. So this is going to design the card for us and which we are going to send it back. And this sections, what is going to appear here, you see the on team messaging extension query async. It will just understand what is my query ID. We are just using the link unfurling. It's not going to talk about, we are using from the search queries point of view. So those actions we can invoke it from here also, and we can build it. And it will just design again the card and create the attachment and post it. An important section here is like the manifest.json file. So we need to provide the bot ID here itself, and this section is also. And there we are using. So context is a command box where we are going to use this section, and we need to just whitelist the sum of the domain which need to understand the link we are posting as the wikipedia.org or the botframework.com. So let me deploy this one and try it out. So I'm just going to use the same bot. So create the Azure bot and just download it, the file from there. It's a publishing file, no other changes, and just associated with the Teams. Teams channel is enabled basically in the bot. I click on publish. So I click on publish. The same we can select the bot here. I clicked on publish. So it will take a couple of seconds and to get published, and we are good to go. Use this section also. Let's wait for a couple of seconds here. Okay, so it gets published. Now move to the Teams app manifest file, open folder structures. The same structures is here. I already checked it. I need to use this section. I will take the path. I'll go to the Teams now. So this is our team. Click on the three dots, App Studio, and select the manifest editor. And here is import from existing app. As I don't have link unfurling here, so I just select import from existing one, put the path here. Not complete. I was fast and slow. Manifest folder I selected. Once I selected the manifest folder, it will open the entire JSON structure into the manifest editor. As you can see here, once I click on messaging extension, so what I define as a search commands as a search query, and what is my bot ID, all we can verify here. Even the domain also, what I mentioned here, all the domains also you can see. I just whitelisted the bot framework and Wikipedia, so such type of domain can be whitelisted here. If I go back to the app details, here you will see the names and the app ID, all informations will also be there. So let's go back, test and distribute, and click on install. Okay, so to test this section, let's go to the Wikipedia and take something, coronavirus virus update. We'll take some link from the Wikipedia and we'll see what that link is come out here. If I take any link or this link, let's see what it is. Okay, so if I, as this site is whitelisted, if I take this link, if I post it in social media, what it will come, it will just search out with the first image of this India icon. Okay, it will post it like this. But in my code base, I have posted my own image, which is giving the some different stats, not from this article what image is going to come. So that advantage we are going to get here. So once we deploy it, let me go back to the teams and this new conversation, and I paste it here. Just click it. You see. So this is the thumbnail card. So this image, what is coming against this link, it's not coming from that section itself. If I go here, so that image is not exist here. So that is something different. What we feel the relevant image of that particular link, we need to post it so we can use in that way. So we are extracting the data. So what it says, right? What the titles we can give the titles, we can give the descriptions, we can give the link. So this is a new cards, new way of representing the link data into the cards itself. So this is called the link unfurling. Okay, so now move to the next section as the last part of this webinar demo. So that is like, as I showcase, we are going to create the one list into the SharePoint, which is having some data. And I'm just going to write an API. So anyway, code is there and all are documented. So that API will just take the data from the particular list and return into the JSON structure. And then the messaging extension where the bot is going to create it will take care of the bot data and put it into the different adaptive cards way into the conversation area. Okay, so let me open that code structures and just showcase how that works. So I will go back. So I have a code for that. So this is my bot messaging extension. Let me open. It's the search API. And another section of the code, let me close this one, which I don't use link unfurling section. Now it has done. I'll open another code base also for the APIs. So that is fine. It's a API. I will log in to the team to my SharePoint site. I will just show what data is there. Let me go to the team. I can here remember some people. Site hub. Okay. So let's suppose this also messaging extension. Start. Okay, it's opening there. So this is one of the site. So let me open the list where my data exists. Let it load. Little slow here. I'll just close other tab. This is not required. I'll close the other one. Okay. So here in the site content. So here this is the section here. So this demo also built using the search-based messaging extension. So here I have a one list which is called the patient. So here I stored some of the patient's details and like what's the patient name, patient age, their genders, contact number, patient address, medical, some photograph. So all those details has stored into the list. Now what I'm going to do, so this is my the bot section. So bot is going to call the APIs based on what the keywords I'm typing. So this is my custom APIs which I built it and just posted here. So this API will return the data and I will just take the data from that API and build the one JSON structure. So once this JSON structure is going to build, okay, so it will come back to this sections itself. where it will read from here what the text I'm going to type. It will return that particular variable to me, and based on that structure, I'm going to create a one more attachment which is going to return as a list structure within the extensions itself. And once I select this extension, any of the particular item, then again comes the select item. Okay, on message P messaging extension select item. Once we select this one, it will create another card
Oh,
for us.
sorry to interrupt you. We have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Thanks, Perumal. It's going to complete now. So let me deploy this section itself to the bot. So I'll use the same bot. I'll click on publish. And in the meantime, I will quickly check the manifest file that is deployed. Yep, it's deployed here. So we'll check the manifest file, how the bot ID should be properly. And this is the search query base, and it's deployed to the compose and the command box section. So we are good to go with this one. I will go back here and take the folder structure. So this is the same manifest file. We'll go back to the team quickly and deploy these sections also. The similar way, click on three dots, App Studio, manifest editor, import an existing app. So I will post it as a new, sorry, that link should be, this is this one, right? Okay, I will go to the team, import, I will paste it here, open, manifest, selected. Done. Yep. So we'll get all the manifest details. It's our the search one, and what's the bot ID we have defined. What's our the app details. It's again for the search based messaging extension. It's the same one. We'll just go test and distribute and deploy. Yep. Install. I click add. It should not conflict as I was having earlier one also the same name. Search extension. Let's see. So in the SharePoint, I have a user called Barry. So what it will do, it will take the data from here, passes to the bot via the API, and bot will call again the custom API what we have built and return that data and post it here. Let's see what it comes here. Sorry. Let's check the name quickly. Yeah, that is the name that is correct. For extensions, it's not correct. Let me go back to or not get any confusion. Extensions. Yep. So data will start appearing here. It's coming from the SharePoint list, right? So we are showing the image, we are showing the name, gender, contact number. So this is another way how we can use the messaging extension and to post the detail of the users, and then we can post it. So that is another rich section how we can build a messaging extension and get the more details here. Okay, so I have done with my demo, and the last I will just show have all these documentations I have done with my blog sites. If you guys are interested, just log into the Manoj the blog site, and these are the links is there to create the search-based messaging extension. All step by step I have posted here, and you will get the GitHub link also of this code base, and that code base is explained what that function meaning and all the sections. Even you can get the GitHub links also for this. So similarly, you will find in this section itself other two solutions which I have mentioned. It is action based and other based. If you go to this one, you will get another two code based structures also exist here. Right, unfurling sections is there, and another one action based messaging extension code base is also there. Yep. So I think that's all from my side. If you have any query, I'm happy to take that one. Otherwise, it's over to Perumal.
Yeah, thanks much. Thanks for your wonderful demo. As usual, you provided a lot of them. Thanks. And then next we have
Hi,
Nandip
Manoj.
and
Thank you.
Yeah, it was an excellent session, Manoj. Thanks a lot. Thanks for
Thank
your patience, and we really enjoyed. I didn't expect that it'll go this deeper.
Okay. Thanks, Sathish. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me welcome Nandip and Smita to discuss about to share their knowledge about change notification and track changes with Microsoft Graph. Hi, Nandip. Hi, Smita.
Hey, hi,
Hello.
sir. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear us
And
clearly?
yeah, we are able to hear
Oh,
you
great.
guys properly. And I don't think Nandip and Smita requires an introduction.
Oh, nothing like that.
I'm leaving it with you guys. Please carry on. Thank you.
All right. So, should I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead, Nandip. Yeah.
I am sharing my screen. Uh, got it. Oops. Okay. Can you see my screen and hear me? All
Yes,
right.
yes. Everything is
All right.
clear.
Okay. All right. So then we can get started. So hello all. Good afternoon and welcome to Global Microsoft 365 Developer Bootcamp. And we are here to talk about handling change notifications with Microsoft Graph. And along with me, I have Smith and Arjun. Before we get started with this session, I just wanted to take this opportunity to also introduce the Developer Bootcamp we are organizing at Pune location. So that bootcamp will be on 24 and 25th of October 2020 this month, and it will be entirely hands-on workshop targeting mostly Microsoft Teams development. We will be covering most of the Teams development, including messaging extensions, tabs, bots, task modules, webhooks, and at the down bottom here we have a link by which you will be able to register and attend that event. So okay, I think that's enough of the self advertising. So this inspiration behind this session is from Microsoft Learn. So in the Microsoft Learn, we have good documentation or good session covering the Microsoft graph aspect of having the notification. So for example, if you are also preparing for the MS 600 kind of an exam, those are mostly targeted for Microsoft 365 certified developer associate level of certification. Definitely this session will help you exploring more about Microsoft Graph. Uh, so the agenda will be like we will quickly cover what is mean by Microsoft Graph. I know most of us know that, but we will quickly touch base upon the overview of Microsoft Graph, and then we will get deeper into how we can create those change notifications using Microsoft Graph, how we can create those notification subscription, and then how we can renew those change notification subscriptions. So before that, quick introduction of me, myself Nandadeep Nathan, and I'm Microsoft MVP for Office Apps and Services, as well as Microsoft Certified Trainer, author of couple of books on SharePoint Framework as well as SharePoint Hybrid. And down here are few social handles to get connected with me. And along with me, I have Smita Nazan.
Hello all, myself Smita Nathan. I'm having 12 plus years of experience in SharePoint and Office 365. I'm author of one book, and here are some of my handles by which you can get in touch with me. So now let's look at consuming Graph APIs in our applications. So if you're not familiar with Microsoft Graph, it is a unified REST API for the whole organization that allows you to get the data from the Microsoft applications using a single interface. So Microsoft Graph is the gateway to add an intelligence in Microsoft 365. It provides a unified programmable model that you can use to access the huge amount of data in Microsoft 365, Windows 10, enterprise mobility, and security. You can use this huge amount of data in Microsoft Graph to build apps and for organization. Microsoft Graph enables developers to consume user information stored in Microsoft 365 in custom applications. Data is derived from Microsoft Graph through a REST API or using one of the various native SDKs provided by Microsoft. In this session, we will explore how to work with change notification in the Microsoft Graph. So, one of the benefits of Microsoft Graph is that it serves as a proxy endpoint to all of these other services. So, the Microsoft Graph encompasses things such as Microsoft 365, Office 10 Enterprise Mobility, and Security. And it brings all of these different services under one unified endpoint, that is graph.microsoft.com. So the advantage of using this Microsoft Graph is that it allows developers to just have a single endpoint, a resource, which means you're only going to need a single access token authenticate the different service. Each service still has its own individual permissions so that everything is still secured in an individual way. A single endpoint make it easier for developers to build application. So Microsoft Graph also enables easy navigation of entities and relationships between entities. While there are many different Microsoft 365 services such as OneDrive for files or Outlook for contacts and calendars, these different entities are related to each other. These relationships are in Microsoft Graph, which make it easier to navigate from one entity to another, even if it crosses different underlying endpoints. So let's see for the permission types. So there are two types of permission: user delegated permission, which is good when there is a user present in front of the keyboard. You should be using user delegate permissions, and if there is no user around you, you need application permission. So important to note that admin consent is required for both user delegated and application permissions. So let's go to the demo. So Graph API can be accessed via single endpoint, which is graph.microsoft.com. We can use the tool Graph Explorer to easily test out graph endpoints. So now let's go to the Graph Explorer. In the Graph Explorer, we have already signed in to our to our M365 tenant. In the Graph Explorer, if you want to get your profile information, you can hit this Get My Profile. This gives us information about the current user. Now we will try to set the office location for one particular user, and for that purpose we need to go to Azure portal, and once we are here, then we need to go to the Azure Active Directory, and once you clicked on the Azure Active Directory, you have to click on the user and click on a user profile picture. So it will open a profile of that user, and then you have to click on the edit, and we will edit over here the office location as Pune. And once we add the data over here, you have to click on the save button, so it will save that data. Now let's go back to Graph Explorer, and here you can see we can take the user profile values with Graph API, but we want to go beyond this, and we want some kind of mechanism by which whenever any of the user value or user property gets changed in Azure Active Directory, we want Graph to notify us that something has changed, as we cannot poll it every time. So in this session, we will build a mechanism by which Microsoft Graph will notify us whenever there will be any change in a user profile values. We will implement change notifications to create our own tenants. Change notifications feature enables applications to alert when data is created or changed in Microsoft Graph. When a particular entity is created, updated, or changed, Microsoft Graph submits an HTTP post to the specified custom endpoint. Your custom endpoint listens for these messages and acts on them based on the logic defined by your business requirements. Then let's see what you can get notification for. You can get a notifications on messages, events, contacts, user, groups, conversations, OneDrive files, and alerts. This allow you to stay up to date and in sync with the data that is accessible via Microsoft Graph. It also allows you to avoid implementing a polling infrastructure where you submit a request to Microsoft Graph at regular intervals to get the most recent changes. Instead, you can go back to Microsoft Graph asking for the changes when a notification is received by your application. This way, you will never miss a chance. This way you will never miss a change to data that is exposed or was accessible via Microsoft Graph. So let's consider some example scenario. So when an email is received, you want to translate it from its native language to another language and make it easier for the consumer to read that email. When a new user is added to your organization, you want to automatically create an account for that user in your corporate third party time tracking system. We will now build a scenario wherein we will get notified when user data changes. We will follow three simple steps. Firstly, we will create an app which we will build using a .NET Core API application. Then we will subscribe for the notification and then we will receive the notification from the code.
Okay, so let's move to the first demo of creating that Azure Ready app registration. So I will go back to the Azure portal one more time, and from here we will create that app. So once you are to the Azure Active Directory, navigate to the app registrations here, and once you click new registration, from here you will be able to create a new Azure Ready app. So here we just need to specify the name, and then there are supported account types. For example, who can access this app? For example, it should be accessed by the tenant, which is your current tenant, can be across multiple tenants or even across multiple tenants and even the personal Microsoft accounts. And again, just the personal Microsoft account. So for our demo, we will stick to this single tenant because we just want to get the notification inside our tenant itself. And in the local, in the redirect URL, we can just specify HTTP localhost. So that because we will be running this application onto our local host and we'll be getting the notification from that. So instead of creating this from scratch, I have already created that app registration inside Azure Active Directory. So once we create that, this is how it will look like, and we will have client ID, the tenant ID, object ID associated with this, and then we have this redirect URI specified as HTTP localhost. The next thing is that we should generate a certificate and secret or a secret by which we'll be able to get authenticated to this Azure Ready app. So here we can create a new client secret. Either it can expire in 1 year, in 2 years, or never expire. So we have gone ahead and created one client secret here. So as you generate that client secret, note it down because once you move out of this screen, you will not be able to get back to this screen and get it one more time. So even here you can generate many client secrets as you need. For example, few are expiring in 1 year, few in 2 years, or even never. But just have the one which are needed for you. So right now we just have our foundation ready with the Azure Ready app registration. Let's see like next what we will need. So nextly that we will need something called as nrock. So the development experience for creating an app that receives change notification can be challenging because you do have to stand up a well-known and accessible HTTPS secured endpoint to receive those graph notification. So in this case, the free tool called as ngrok will help you. So the ngrok simplifies the developer experience and it creates the well-known HTTPS based URL at the ngrok website. So any of the traffic that it receives will be redirected to our local machine through a reverse proxy tool. So this ngrok allows call from the internet to be redirected to your applications running locally without needing to create any kind of an firewall rules. So we will go to our development environment. Here we already have the ngrok downloaded. So we will just type the command ngrok http 5000 so that 500, yeah, 5000. So now that we will have this ngrok running onto our machine, which will help us to get the traffic from the internet to our local machine. And we just have to note down this forwarding IP addresses, because all of the request which will be to this ngrok address will be now redirected to localhost 5000. Okay, so we have two addresses here, http and https, and we will use those in our future applications. So let me go back to the third step. So the third step is like we will have to set up our ASP.NET Core Web API project. So for that, we will have to obviously install the ASP.NET Core, and then we can create a new ASP.NET Core Web API project. So for that, we can just run the command .NET new Web API -o and the name of your core web API project you want to give. So it will create a new ASP.NET Core project, and then as like we used to add those NuGet packages, we can add those using a command called as .NET add package. And here we will add a couple of packages. Firstly is Microsoft.identity.client to have an interaction with the identity management system to get the get us authenticated as well as talk to those graph endpoints. And then secondly, we will add the package Microsoft.graph, by which we will be able to subscribe to the notification, get the notification, and renew our notification. So we will just add those two packages, and once we are done with our coding, lastly we will just do .NET build to build our application, and then .NET run to run our application. At any time, even you can combine these two commands together, .NET build and .NET run, so that it will build and run the uh, application at one go. So let me go back to my development environment. We have this project created, and this is how it looks. So we will have few controllers here. So this will be kind of an ASP.NET MVC based application. So we will have controllers here, few models here, and then just the startup.cs. So this startup.cs will decide like which controller to invoke, and that controller can then have that business logic implemented to have your application performing. Okay, so let us go back to the slides, and then we already have that demo created. So let's talk about how we can create those change notification subscriptions. So now that we want our application to be notified of any of the activity happening inside our Microsoft 365 tenant by creating a subscription with Microsoft Graph. So the subscription tells Microsoft Graphs what entities you want to receive the notifications about and the addresses of your web API to post them to. So in our case, the address will be local, the one which we have running inside ngrok. So this will be our localhost address in that case. Then the developers must renew those subscription for notification as needed, as all of the subscription have expiration time associated with them. So each of the endpoint will have different expiration, but obviously each of the notification endpoint will have some kind of an expiration time associated with. So if the subscription is not renewed in that window, it will eventually expire. and then you will have to keep track of the subscription and make sure that you renew them so that you can start using them in the future. So these change notifications that your app receives from Microsoft Graph can allow you to track the changes of entities, and if you need to replicate data in your own system, so that whenever there is a change in any of the entity inside Microsoft 365 tenant, the graph will notify you, and once the graph notifies you, you can take the action in your business application to take it further. So after creating that Azure Ready app, the code in your web app must obtain the access token to submit the request to Microsoft Graph, and then we can create the change notification subscription by submitting a simple HTTP post request to a subscription endpoint called as graph.microsoft.com/v1.0/subscription. Okay, so with that background, we will move to our code. So in this code, firstly, let's have a look at maybe the app settings. So this is the setting where we are getting the information from our Azure AD app that we have created. So I went ahead and copied that app ID, app secret, and tenant ID. So app ID can be taken from here. Let me go back to my Active Directory, app registration one more time. So this is the app registration that we created, and here we have the application ID. So we should take this application ID, the tenant ID, and we should specify those two values here. And then the app secret is the one by which we'll be able to authenticate to the app, so that we can get from here. So here we have created new client secret, and the value that we got from that new client secret registration, we have specified it here. So right now you can see it, but right after this demo I will change it. Okay, all right. So the next thing is that we need to specify the ngrok URL to which we will be getting the request from the internet. So here we have every time again there are two things here. With ngrok, for example, if you have your own custom domain purchased from ngrok, in that case you can use that domain directly. Otherwise, if you are using the free version of ngrok, then each time you invoke the ngrok, it will create a new forwarding address. Because right now, for example, if I stop this application, rerun it, then it might generate another number here. So if you have purchased your subscription from ngrok, in that case you will have a custom domain which is a static one which you can use. Otherwise you will have to keep changing this inside your application. So now that since this number has generated for us 9983, we will go ahead and paste it to our application. Okay, let me just do that. Okay, so we now have our basic application settings ready. Next thing is like how we can read those, and then how we can process those inside our application. So for that we have this startup CS, which is the startup of our application. Whenever our application will start, the startup.cs will uh, call those controllers, and we'll be able to even set additional values from here. So simply what we are doing here is we are creating an instance of instance of a class called as myconfig. We will go through it a bit later, and then we are simply getting those configuration values which we have specified here, and binding those values to the object which we created of type myconfig. So the variable is config here. So with that, we are creating that as a singleton object so that we can use that configuration values throughout our application. So let's see the models that we have here. So we have one models folder here, and under which we have added all of those folders. So this application uses several new uh, model classes for serialization as well as deserialization of messages to or from the Microsoft Graph. So the first one here we have is myconfig, where we are just storing the configuration values which we are reading from our application settings. So in the application settings, we had these four values, and to each of the value, we have one variable here with getter and setter properties. So and we are reading those values from this startup.cs, this code. Okay. Next thing, we have notification.cs. So this model will help us to get the change notification. So here we are specifying the type of that change, the client state, the resource to which we want to subscribe to. Maybe I can close this so that you will have better visibility. And then even we can specify the subscription expiration date time. We will go through these properties in the next slide, but at least these are the properties that we will have to get from the graph in order to subscribe or renew any kind of a notification. Okay, so these are the major properties that we have for each of the notification that we create in Microsoft Graph. Next thing that we have is the resource data. So the resource data is something like the information which you want to get of any particular resource. For example, if I'm interested to get the user updated values, in that case it can refer to that user. So here we have simple things like we have ID, then the OData E tag property associated with each of the resource data that we receive. And then we have the other properties like ID again. So it is the same value as your resource property. And then lastly, we have OData type. So this represents the type of resource which we want to get the notification of. So it could be a message, it could be an event, or even it could be a contact. So this is or these are the models that we have. The next thing is that we need to add the notification controller here. But maybe before that, we will just have a quick overview of the notifications that we can create, and then probably we can move to our code. So first thing that we want to do in this particular code is that we want to have a notification subscription for user updates. So whenever there is any of the change to any of the user profile property, we want graph to notify back us saying that there is a change in this particular user profile property and we need to take some action on that. So how we can go about this is we have to have a simple post message to set this notification as https graph.microsoft.com with version 1.0 and slash subscriptions. So we are subscribing to that all those notifications, and then we should set the authorization. So here will be your access token, which will be this is just one example, but again depending on how you are connecting to your Azure AD, this authorization bearer token will change. The content type will be a JSON, so that we want to get the information in a JSON format and we can process them later on. Uh, the major payload that we have here is something like this. We have a change type for updated and with the resource of users. So that means we want to get notified of any of the user whose property gets updated. So these are kind of an out of the box or default properties. Those are associated with each of the notification subscription which we want to create. So for example, if you want to create these notification subscriptions for OneDrive files, in that case the resource will be a OneDrive file, and then the change type will be maybe added, updated, or deleted, so that whenever there is a add, update, or delete operation onto OneDrive for business files, it will send out that notification. Next thing is this client state. So client state, something has to be unique by which you are subscribing to that notifications. So that because in an organization there might be many notification that those are being taken place at one point, but again you want to uniquely identify your notification subscription so that you can get only those results back. So this client state will help you to get that uniqueness to your notification subscription. And then we have this notification URL set to our ngrok URL. So this is one example, the ngrok URL which I got earlier. So with this ngrok URL, we have API slash notification. So I will get back to this point on how we are getting these API notifications. And then we are setting some expiration date time for this particular notification subscription. So based on what kind of resource we are using, we should set that expiration date time, so that after that specified date and time, that notification will expire, and then we'll have to renew it in order to use it further. Okay, so let's see like how we can create those notification and then how we can subscribe to those. So for that, we have created one controller here. So in this solution, we have controllers here. By default, whenever we create a new web API project, it gives you some kind of an example controller. Earlier, they used to give some values controller wherein we can just simply set the values, but recently they changed, and now they are giving this weather forecast controller, so that we can just give the name of the city and it can reply us back with the weather forecasting for that city. The same way, we went ahead and we have created this notifications controller, so that what we want to make use of this controller is to notify us about any of the event that is happening in Microsoft Graph for our user updated, which is this one. Okay, for any of the users that gets updated inside our tenant. Okay, so we have this controller here, and then in this controller we have this API slash notification. So this is the value which we were referring to. So we have this API notifications. It is coming from this controller. So whenever we will invoke any of these requests against this controller, it will be slash API slash notifications. Okay. Next thing what we are doing here is we are reading all those configuration values, so that we have all those values which we have specified inside our app settings. Next thing is that we are creating um, a graph client which we can use across this controller, and then to this controller we are setting few values, or on this client we are graph client we are creating a notification subscription. So for that we can just use new microsoft.graph.subscription. So it will help us to create a new subscription on top of Microsoft Graph. And again here we are specifying for users, we want to have the notification set on updated change type. So whenever there is a change in user, some user profile property is updated, we will get notification back, and that notification URL will be something like this. So in our case, since we are running onto this ngrok URL, the return property which will be written by or the return URL notification URL which will be written by Microsoft Graph on this particular URL. And then using this forwarding, we are forwarding it to our local host. So in future, if you want to create your production based application, you can redirect it to maybe your IIS website. But just to keep this thing simple, we are simply redirecting it to our local host. Okay. The next thing what we are doing here, we'll come back to this expiration date time later on, but at least this will help us to set up the notification, and then the client state should be just any kind of an unique value which will help us to uniquely identify that notification. The next thing is we are simply adding this request to our graph notification subscription, and once we do that, it will return us the value which we have subscribed to. Okay. Next thing that we have is a post message, because we are getting the graph client, and then we want to firstly post one request to the graph client, by which we will be able to authenticate against that particular graph client. So this part here will be executed for a first time, and it will take it will check whether we have a valid token to get authenticated against Microsoft Graph. If yes, then it will just simply return that token, and the code will continue. Otherwise it will create a new token for us. And then the next thing is that this part will help us to handle all of the notification that we get from the Microsoft Graph. Okay, so all those notification will be given in terms of an JSON values, and then we will post that content onto our console. Okay, so what I will do is I will go ahead and we will simply type .NET build and .NET run. So that we will run this application, and once we will run this application, let it run. So firstly, it will build that particular application, that ASP.NET Web API project. Okay, luckily we have zero warning, zero errors, because this was some kind of a very straightforward code, and sooner our application should be up and running. Okay, once our application will be up and ready, we can go here and we can just navigate to this localhost 5000/API/notifications. So now that our application is running, and you can see that it has received this validation token, and this request ID will be this GUID that we have. So what is mean by this is that we now have created a notification or the subscription to the graph, um, Microsoft Graph for user updated. So now what we will do is we will move back to our Azure portal. Let me just refresh it, maybe a stealth session. And here we will go to the users tab, and we'll try to update the value which we got earlier. So earlier we just updated that value. I will again edit that, and I will just set some random value. Okay, and we will click save. So now that we have updated our user, and sooner here we should have a notification that being generated from the Microsoft Graph, and all of that code for that notification is here. So once we receive that notification about the user that has got updated, we should see something like received notification and the resource, that means the user, and the ID of the user which has got updated. And for example, if you even want to go ahead and check whether what values have been updated, even it can be done. But now maybe we will have to wait a few seconds here so that we'll be able to get those values. I hope this is updated. Okay, this one is updated. Okay, so sooner we should have one value here. It might take some time, or maybe in a meanwhile I will go back to this users again and try to update few more values here. So I will go again, edit this profile property. Maybe I will add few more things. We'll try to update few more users. Okay, now you can see that we have received this notification, and this is happening from this particular piece of code. And now that we have received this notification for this resource, which is of change type updated, and for the user, which is this user. So even if I go to my Azure portal and look out for my user ID, this will be this GUID. So now that we are getting this notification from Graph, we don't have to poll the application, but the Graph API itself will notify us whenever there is any changes into the user profile values. So same way we will be able to uh, make a subscription to the other things. Maybe it could be a OneDrive for business file. Even it could be any of the change to your other applications. So all those things can be handled from here. Okay. Sooner also we should have another notification that we created for the another user. So okay, now we have this notification that was created for the other user. Okay, so the same way, whenever there will be a changes to your Office 65 tenant, to those supported values, you should be able to get this notification. Now that we have the another notification coming, which we created for the user of Smita. So we have this notification here, so that we don't have to poll continuously to the Office 65 tenant like what has been changed. But Microsoft Graph API will help us to create those notification, and it will notify us whenever there will be any change to the notifications or the subscription that we have set to. So that was thing we looked at the demo. So next thing is like how we can renew those change notification, because if you remember previously that we said that we will have to renew those notification every time, because each of the subscription that we have got, or each of the notification subscription that we create, has got a timeout. So based on means it is not again same for each of the notification that we create. So for users, it will be something else. Uh, for maybe OneDrive or files, if you want to check, that will be changed. That will be else. But again, whenever we create those kind of an notification, we should renew those, so that we'll be able to work with those notification in the future. So now let's look at the process of renewing this subscription. So this is again done by sending a simple or submitting a simple HTTP patch request to the endpoint of the subscription. So this is the endpoint that we had for our subscription. So we can simply uh, have that patch request uh, for this particular endpoint, and then the body of this request includes only a single property, that is expiration date time. And with this timestamp of this new expiration time, so here we can just set the new expiration time, and that will be set for our renewal of notification subscription. So let's say see like what are the change notification subscription endpoints available. So Microsoft Graph exposes multiple endpoints for developers to create and manage those subscription. So for creating those subscription, we have this v1.0/subscription, which includes details of the subscription in the request body. Then to list out all of the subscription, we have again subscription but with get. Then to get only one subscription, we can use /subscription and GUID of the subscription that we have created. Once we have that subscription created, we can update and delete the subscription. So let's go back to our code again and try to see like how we can renew our notifications. So for that, we have method called as check subscription. So in this check subscription, we are just checking the subscription by creating this auto reset event. We iterate through all of the active subscription that we have at the moment, and if that subscription is going to expire within next 2 minutes, we will simply renew the subscription. And while we are renewing that subscription, what we do is we again create the or get that graph client, and then we simply add 5 more minutes to the expiration that we have. So we are simply adding five more minutes, and then we go ahead and make a request to our subscription and update that subscription with that 5 more minutes that we have. And then simply we are writing it to the console that we have renewed the subscription. And then if I move back to the top and look at the things which we skipped at the beginning. So this is where we have this expiration date time. So here we are simply adding that 5 minutes, so that our for the first request, our subscription will be valid for 5 minutes, and then we will check at a regular interval of 2 minutes. And if our subscription is about to expire in next 2 minutes, we will simply go ahead and I add 5 more minutes to that subscription. So if I now again go back here, we should be able to see that values, because I didn't want it to stop everyone for 5 minutes and just look at the screen. But obviously 5 minutes should have expired while I was talking. So we should have a message somewhere here saying that it has renewed the subscription for this subscription ID, and new expiration is something like this. Okay, so now you can see it here. So while we were going through the demos and other PPTs, we obviously have crossed those 5 minutes, and during that 2 minutes of interval, it has detected that our subscription is going to expire in next 2 minutes, and then it has simply renewed that subscription to some greater value. So now that it is 8:35 a.m. In this VM, and now it has set the new expiration time at 8:38. So that means at 8:36 again it will check, and when our new subscription is again going to expire within next 2 minutes, it will again renew it for next 5 minutes. So this is how we will be able to subscribe to the notification, get the changes back from Microsoft Graph, and then we will be able to renew all those notifications. All right, so let me check. Okay, so we had a demo of this, and then yeah, I'm coming almost to the close of my session. So here are a few of the helpful resources. So if you want to deep dive more into Microsoft Graph, You can follow this URL graph.microsoft.com to explore what are the capabilities of Graph, how you can make use of Microsoft Graph inside your applications. And then I will encourage everyone to go through this Microsoft learning path, so that it will help you to create or build those apps which are based on Microsoft Graph. And then again, there is a very good screencast by Andrew Connell on exploring those capabilities of Microsoft Graph that we can have, and how we can make best use of Microsoft Graph inside our code. Okay, and then the sample code which I demonstrated you, the one which we have here, is available at this GitHub location. All right, so I think yeah, that was all from our side. Enjoy the boot camp, and thank you very much for having us here. I think I crossed over 2 minutes, but I think that should be okay.
Yeah, thank you, Nandu. Thank you, Smita.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And then next we have Vinoda. She is going to explain about resource-specific consent in Microsoft Teams Graph API. This is one of the newest things that got announced in Ignite. You can start.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. Are you able to see my screen, and whether my voice is audible to you?
It is yet to load. Please type.
Yes. Can you hear my voice? Now
Yes.
it's audible for you.
Yes. We are able to see your screen and we are good to go.
Yes. Yes. Hello everyone, thanks for joining. I'm Vinoda, working as Solution Architect in GG Technologies Private Limited, and our company is a Microsoft Gold Partner, and we are specialized in Microsoft 365 tenant-to-tenant migration, and we are providing a productivity solution in Microsoft 365. Now we are going to see resource-specific consent in Microsoft Teams. Resource-specific consent is a granular and team-specific permission, and it is mainly designed to reduce concerns about group.readwrite.all permission. To use Teams Graph API, you need required permissions to run the query. And Microsoft Teams Graph API is really beneficial to perform all Teams-related tasks. And this has helped you to automate the Teams lifecycle. That is, using Graph API, you can create teams, create channels, and you can add members and owners, and you can clone a team and archive a team. To use Graph API, you need group.readAll or group.readWrite permission. This permission needs global admin consent. Normally, any application that accesses Graph API for Microsoft Teams need tenant admin consent, and that is the admin have to grant permission in their tenant to use to access all the resources in the organization. And application permissions can only be consented by an administrator. And this needs read and write all groups. This means the application can read, that is, it can create group, and it can manage all group membership and properties, and it can read the group calendar, conversation, files, and additionally it can read all the groups in your tenant and manage the group content. And to perform Teams related tasks, the application need group.readwrite.all permission. This once the application granted this permission, the application have full read and write access to all the teams in your tenant. Consider if I want to install one application for my specific team, that is with the application has, if the application has group.readwrite.all permission, then it can read all the details in a team, such as team settings and channel settings, and also it can read all the groups in. This is a very deep and wide scope, and it leads to security risk while allowing third-party application in your tenant. And because of this, many IT administrators does not allow the third-party applications with this permission, that is group.readwrite.all, because it accesses all the details in your tenant. And now, resource-specific consent is a Microsoft Graph and Microsoft Teams integration that enables your application to use API endpoints to manage all the that is specific team or in your organization. At first, the administrator have to enable these RSC settings in their tenant under the Azure Active Directory Enterprise application. After that, the team owner without the admin consent can add directly their apps in their team. Here, the team owner is directly installing the application in the team without the admin consent, because the application has, here it shows the application has RSC permissions. Here you can see the application shows RSC permissions here. With this RSC permissions, it can read access to the data. Yes, once the application is installed, the applications grant all the permissions which is declared in the application permissions. Before getting into RSC, we have, let's see the granular permissions for Graph API. These are all the bunch of granular permissions available now. Instead of using the deep scope group.read.all and group.readwrite.all, we have a granular permissions. Using this permission, we can get access to specific, that is using these granular permissions, we can get the team's data. But this granular permissions also need admin consent, and this is not team specific permission. Consider if I want to install one application for my specific team, team1, to just read the channel names of my team. If the application has channel.readbasic.all permission, it can read all the teams in my tenant. After the admin consent, when I install the application to my team to read the channel names, it can read all the teams in my tenant. This is not I want. I want the application to read the channel names of my specific team. This is not possible using granular permissions. And if a team owner want to try any application in their tenant which is needed in their team, it needs admin consent. So these problems are overcome by resource-specific consent. RSC is a granular and team-specific permission, and this RSC model helps the application developers to request a specific permission to a resource, that is a particular team that they are trying to access, and it allows the team owners to grant consent for the application to access their team's data. And before that, the admin have to decide whether to allow RSC settings in their tenant or not. The administrator have to enable these settings in Azure Active Directory under Enterprise Applications section. Once updated these settings, you can manage the apps, such as you can block such application in tenant Teams Admin Center. And remember that the applications which have been already installed are not affected by this RSC settings. This slide shows you clearly how RSC works. When I install one application for my specific team, team2, to just read and write the channel names, then this case will be achieved using RSC. RSC has both granular and team-specific permission. And these are all the RSC permissions available now. Using this permission, the application can read the team settings of a group, and it can read and edit the channel settings, and it can create channel and delete channel. It can even read the channel messages in a group. And using this RSC permission, the application can read the apps which are all installed in this team, and the application can create, edit, and delete a tab, and also it can add, read members and owners in a team. To enable resource-specific concern, you have to follow these steps. First, the administrator have to enable this group owner concern settings in Azure Active Directory under the Enterprise Application section. And after that, for team application, you have to register your application in Azure Active Directory under app registration to integrate with Microsoft Identity Platform and call and to make graph calls. And after that, you have to review your application permissions in the registered app. And then you have to get the access token to use the Microsoft Identity Platform and make graph calls. And this is an important step. You have to declare the RSC permissions in Teams app manifest file. And after that, the team owner can install the application directly in their team. And as a team owner, you can check what are all the application granted to this, that is, what are all the permissions granted to this application using the Graph Explorer. Let's see the steps one by one. First, the administrator have to enable the settings in Azure Active Directory under Enterprise Application, and you have consent and permission section here. Here you can configure the group owner consent settings. Here you have three options, such as you can do not allow the group owner consent, or you can allow group owner consent for selected group owners, or you can allow group owner consent for all group owners in your tenant. After update these settings, the team owner can directly install the application. That is, the team owner can grant consent to this application without admin consent. And next, you have to register an application in Azure Active Directory under the app registration section. I have already registered an application. Here you have to review the API permissions for this registered app. Normally, when you use Teams Graph API, you have to include group.read.all or group.readwrite.all permission to access Teams data. Now I'm using the RSC permission. So you have to remove all other permissions such as group.read.all in the registered app. The main thing is RSC is not part of Azure as Active Directory. So you can't define RSC permissions in the registered app. So you have to define the RSC permissions in Teams app manifest file. I will show you how to add RSC permissions in Teams app manifest file later. And next, after reviewing all the permissions, you can get the access token to make graph call. To use Teams Graph API, you need access token as you need to get the access token as Azure AD application and not a signed in user. Here I'm going to make a post call to the endpoint microsoftonline.com, and I have given the tenant ID here. And you have to specify the client ID and secret for the application, which we have registered in the Azure AD. Once you run the query, it responds with access token. Yes, using this access token, you can make RSC calls. And next, this is the important step in resource-specific consent. You have to declare RSC permissions in Teams app manifest file. And here you have to include web application info section. And you have to populate this section with ID, resource, and application permissions. This ID is nothing but the app ID, which we have registered in Azure AD. And in application permissions, you have to declare your RSC permissions here. Now your application is ready. As a team owner, you can directly install this application in your team. Now I'm the owner of this team. Now I'm going to install this application. You can see that this application shows RSE permissions. These are all the RSE permissions which is declared in the app manifest file. These are all the permissions. Once the team owner adds this application to the team, these permissions are granted to the application. Yes, it's installing here. Yes, the application is installed. Once the application is installed, you can view what are all the permissions granted for this application using a Graph Explorer. Log into Graph Explorer and you have to make a get call to the endpoint, that is groups, team ID and permission grants. You can get your team ID here, more options and get link to team. And when you run the query, it responds with all the RSE permissions declared in the application. So you can see that it responds with the client app ID, permission type and permission. The client app ID is mapped to the app ID which you have given in the Teams app manifest file, and it lists all the RSE permissions which is declared in the Teams app manifest file. This app has permissions such as it can read the channel message and it can edit these channel settings and teams, and it can read the team settings and edit team settings. And using this application, we can create tabs in it. I'm the owner of this sales team. I have two channels in it, general and channel 1. I have installed one application with RSE permissions. Here I have installed this application with RSE permissions. Now I'm going to access this team using the graph call. I'm using Postman to make a graph call. First, I'm going to get the access token as Azure AD application. Now I'm going to get all the channels in the sales team. So I'm going to make a get call to the endpoint teams. This is the sales team ID and /channels. And I'm going to specify the token here. When you run the query, it responds with all the channels in the team. As using RSE permissions, we can get all the channels in the team. This consists of general channel and channel 1. Next, I'm going to create trying to create a channel in sales team. I'm going to specify the generator token and I'm going to make a post call to the endpoint teams, sales team ID /channels, and in the body I have specified the display name of a channel, description and membership type. When you run this query, yes, it responds with error. Because in the sales team, the application has no permission to create a channels. You can see here, you can see there. Yes, the application does not contain the permission to create channels in the particular team. So using RSE, we can narrow your scope. If I try to create a tab in the general channel, let's see what happens. Given the generated token and I'm going to make a post call to the endpoint teams, team ID, channel ID, and tabs. When you run this query, it responds with success code. Yes, the tab is created in the channel. Let's check it in Teams. Yes, the new tab is created in the sales team because the application has tab creation permission. Let's check it here. You can see that these are all the RSC permissions. Here, the application has a tabs creation permission. Create this Teams tab. So this way, RSC helps you to narrow your scope and application access. Let's recall these steps once again. First, the administrator have to enable these settings in Azure Active Directory under the enterprise application. There, the admin can configure the group owner consent settings. After the admin updated the settings, for team application, you have to register on application in Azure Active Directory under the app registration, and you have to make sure whether you have removed all the application permissions in your registered app. Because we are going to use RSE permissions, we have to remove all other permissions such as group.readwrite.all in your registered application. And then you have to get the access token using your tenant ID. So, and you have to specify the client ID and secret application which we have registered in the Azure AD. And next, using this token, you can make a RSC calls. And this is an important one. You have to specify the RSC permissions only in your Teams app manifest file, not in your registered app. Here, you have to include the web application info section with the app ID and RSC permissions. And next, as a team owner, you can install directly in your team, and that is, you can give concern directly without the admin concern. You can install the application directly in your team, and the application shows the RSC permissions which they want to access. And after adding the application, the permissions are granted to the application. And at last, you can check what are all the permissions granted for the application in your team using the Graph Explorer. You can make a get call to the endpoint groups, group ID, and the permission grants. Next, let's see how you can use RSC permission in existing Teams application. I have downloaded the messaging extension application in the Teams developer GitHub. And in default, this application have a permission group.readwrite.all permission. Now I have modified this group.readwrite.all permission with RSC permissions. I have modified the get token section such that the token is created on behalf of Azure AD application. And this application has a registered bot, and it will do two operations. And that is, it can get all the messages in the current channel, and it is going to get all the channels in the current team. I have modified the group.read permission with the RSC permission, and I have included the RSC permission section in Teams app manifest file. Here I have included the web application info section with the app ID, which I have registered in Azure AD, and the RSC permissions. Now your application is ready. The team owner can install it directly. Here I am the owner of this RSC sample. Now I am going to install this application. It is RSC settings are enabled in my tenant, so I can directly install this application. It shows all the RSC permissions needed for this application. Yes, the application is installed here. Once it is installed, all the RSC permissions declared in this Teams app manifest file will be granted. Let's add some conversation. Now I'm going to get all the messages in this channel. Yes, it will respond with all the messages in the channel. It displays all the messages in the channel. Next, I'm going to get all the channels in the team. Yes, it responds with all the channels in the RSC sample team with the corresponding ID. So this way, you can narrow your scope to your specific team. Let's summarize the points what we have seen. There is RSC is a great concept for application developers, team owners, and administrators. For application developers, you can, that is, it's RSC makes the way easy for the application to get the permission they needed, and for team owners and application developers, they can use this RSC permissions to get the permission, and for administrators, they can avoid their security risk in the organization. And for team owners, if the team owner want to try any application in their tenant, in their specific team, without the admin consent, they can install the application in their team. And currently, RSC is not supported for files, private channels, and tabs creation in Teams. And RSC is only available for Microsoft Teams now. These are all the additional preferences you can use. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Vinodha. And
Thank
then
you.
next, yeah, thanks. And then we have, for the next section, we have Jay Kumar, and he is going to explain brief about enabling multilingual in SPFX web parts and communication sites.
Yeah.
Hi, Jay
Thank
Kumar.
you. Hi. Thank you. Can we start?
Yeah, yes, you can share your screen and we can start.
Okay. Hope are you able to see my screen?
Oh, no, not yet. It's loading up. Yep, we can see your screen and we are good to go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome also. Welcome to Microsoft 360 Bootcamp Chennai. So hope this is your last session. So it will be pretty much interesting for you, like how you can enable multilingual within your SharePoint web parts and communication sites. So this is going to have a topic like enabling the sites, multilingual web parts and communication sites. So before we get into the session, let me explain about myself, like a short intro. Myself, Jaykumar Balasubramaniam. I work as a product lead at Hubfly. So I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and a certified developer and a regular blogger and a speaker. So you can get in touch with me in any of these platforms. I'll be available in mostly all the platforms. Okay, let's get into your session. So this is going to be our agenda for today, like how we can enable the multilingual in modern pages and users. That's purely an out-of-the-box option, which is going to be in communication sites. And the next one is the rest of the things going to be with how we can do the same by using SPFX web parts. How you can localize the multilingual in within your web part metadatas, and how you can enable localization within your web app contents, and how you can get it through the same properties, like getting the values from the properties and testing the same. Just when it comes to development, testing the multi languages in our development environment is also really important, right? So we'll look at that as well. Okay, so why we need this localization in recent days is, as you know, like it is all diverse environment. Now we are all, not everyone is working from the same place, and we usually move to hometown, and everyone is there in their own region. So in to support this kind of scenarios, if you have any internet, or if you have any SharePoint page built within your organization, or if any is for your client, uh, think how if you deliver the contents in the users preferred language itself, then they'll be more engaged, right? They'll be uh, more attracted to your content, and they'll be more satisfied. Also, obviously, users will prefer to consume the contents in their preferred language, which is easy understanding for them, and it will take the right message to them easily. That's the one major advantage, that why we need localization as a key factor in the SharePoint intranets, or all the intranets. Of course, we have in earliest we have some features kind of stuffs like variations, but this now we are going to see is completely a different. It is not like a replacement of that variations concept, but it's purely a multilingual based one for the communication sites, and the same thing we are going to do with SPFX development as well. Okay, so what are the areas that you could be able to implement this localization multilingual in communication side? So basically, you should be able to do that for the publishing pages, the modern news posts, and the site title, site navigation, footer, and even the hub navigation. These are the areas that you should be able to enable multilingual and make your site uh, uh, accessible for everyone with different languages. Uh, so coming to SPFX web part, so let me show you some snippets with and explain in the slide, so you get better idea before I get into your coding part, so that you get some better understanding. So as we say in the agenda, how we can enable localization within the web part metadata is something like this. As if you're familiar with SPFX, so you should be very good know about what is manifested JSON and what are the properties will be there, like that, right? So this is going to be first place. Like if you look at the manifest, you have some pre-configured entries where you can set some default values for the properties. I mean, if you want to pass any default values in the properties, you should be able to do that. If you are going to change your office, I mean, webpack icon, you're going to do in this section only. The same section, the manifest section only, you are going to do the multilingual as well. The okay, what does this uh, localization can be, how it can be helpful when with this metadata? Because if you say, for example, the web part name, here I name it as localized web part. If you see in the highlighted area, I name it as localized web part. If you put it in a one SharePoint site, sorry, one SharePoint tenant, and if you made it as a tenant wide application, suppose I just name is localized web part. Suppose if it is used by multilingual users, for example, French user is also accessing in French. If we search for localized, maybe the term will be different. Or if we search for the web part name, the term will be different in French. Suppose if the user click on that plus button to add the toolbox, and if the search for the term in French, they won't get it because it is by default it will be in English. But at the same time, if you are able to give the title and the description as well in the French, they can go ahead and add it in the French search in their own language itself. They need to stick with only English. So that way it helps. So right before adding a web party within your page, you should be able to give the user, the person who is building the page for by adding the web parts, can get this multilingual option. So to do that, you just need to go to this manifest.json file, which will be available under your source, web parts, and the web part name and your manifest file. And the thing is, the how the language is identified. It is basically identified by your preferred language that the current user has set in their office setting. Basically, the current UI culture name will be identified. It's not about site language. It's purely based on current user's language. What the current user has chosen to view the page, that's how it works. And the main thing is you need to mention the language code over here, like fr minus fr. This language locally code has to be matched. If it's not matched, then it obviously it's going to take your default value. That's where it's going to be English. We all know that, right? Okay. Next, how we can okay, now we have seen how we can do the multilingual for the metadata part. Once we add the web part, how we can present the different contents to different users. That's the major thing, right? The actual content of the web part, or the actual content that every user going to see. So this is also going to be very simple for you. Like if you look at if you have noticed in your SPFX application, there'll be a folder called LOC. By default, you'll be getting this folder with en-us as the default file. That means English. So LOC means for localization. Localization is globalization. So in en-us is the file which you get by default. If you want to add multilingual for for any language, you need to add that specific language specific file over here. fr-f. For example, in my use case, I have taken French as the language, so I have added French. So fr-fr. These three are the main files that we are going to look at it. I will explain you in detail in the coding section as well, so you get it better. So basically, what we are going to do is it's completely a key value pair. So this JS file is going to hold the keys, same set of keys. For example, I have opened one en-us JS file here. That means for English. Here, if you look at the property pan description, basic group name, it is a key value, right? The left side is key and the right side is the actual value. The left side key will be same in all your languages. So that's going to be one unique identifier for each and every term. Either it is a label, or it is a button, or it is any alert message, whatever that you are going to say. The left side thing will be your key, and this thing only you are going to use within your application. And the right side is your actual value. That means the actual value that you want to use for any language. But since I have shown it for English, this en-us file have description, everything is in English content. If I show you the French, the same thing will be there. The left side key will be same, but the right side content will be in French. That's the one major difference. And my stings.t.ts, that's the object oriented file that we are going to use within our application. All keys that we see here will be converted into a type definition. That type definition will be given within this mystings.ts. The same keys will be created as a property, and we are going to use that property within our application. Okay. Now, you here, if you see, you can have a question like, okay, will it convert automatically? No, the multilingual is not going to be translate on its own. It's not going to translate on its own because it's not that much AI things. Like the translation is it's a content, right? If any translation fails, then it will deliver a wrong content. So that's why there is no automation involved with that. Either it is SPFX development, or it is out of the box communication, multilingual translation. Someone needs to sit and translate. If you are developing an application, you know that what will be the label, what will be the button, You already know that, right? You have some predefined requirement, you have some predefined UI. So based on that, you need to configure this. It is not an auto translated one, but we may have some scenarios that user will give some inputs and we need to show that in multiple languages. That scenarios may also come, right? So I mean, the dynamic contents that we need to get, these are the static contents like labels and buttons, but some cases will be there where dynamic contents will come. That's where this property pan section gonna help us. So here what we are going to do is, so we are just based on the language just that are enabled within the site, we are just going to get the contents for each and every language. That's the only way, because as I said earlier, there is no auto translation available. You need to translate it manually and with a proper translator, because for example, I'm in India, I don't know French. If I want to put in a content for French, either I need to go with any proper translator, or I need to believe Google Translator or any of the translator. That's how it works, right? But automation we cannot believe. That's why we are going to give options something like this. So whoever the content creator for the web part or for the page, they can enter languages, the contents for multiple languages. So basically these properties are the basic building blocks of your SharePoint SPFX reports, right? SPFX reports are functioning basically with the properties. You can play many things with the properties. The same we are going to do here, because the one advantage is these properties are not going to save anywhere in a list or anywhere in a document. These properties are going to save as something like an JSON within your web part itself. So it will be saved within your page itself. So once you get these kind of input, then you should be able to deliver the content based on the current UI culture. So once the user log in, for example, if the French user is logging in, you should be able to display them the French content. I will show you how to do that as well. Okay, I think this is going to be a last slide for before we get into the demo. Yeah, testing is major important, right? When we do that development, testing our localization is really important. So to specify, because multilingual, if you enable it, the language contents, for example, if you are saying hi, welcome to Microsoft 365 Chennai in English, you may have, for example, I'm just assuming, for example, that word count may be 10 words, but if you do the translation in French or any Russian language or any Dubai language, maybe the word count or the character count may increase up to 15 or 20 word counts may come. We don't know that, right? So if that's the case, then our UI may break. We need to have some proper breakages in the UI. If we are going to support the specific language, then this kind of setting is really needed before we move into the multilingual based web parts, because UI should not break. Just by just means of enabling this localization, our UI should not break, and our page should look neat, right? So it's always very important to test the all the language contents within our local environment itself. So to do that, it's just as simple like you will do like gulp serve either no browser or any command. Additionally, you just need to pass in like locally and what language that you prefer to test. As per, if you see like as per our sample, I have configured French, so I have a screenshot with that French as the language. I will show you a demo as well. If you mention this, then the application will run based on the French language. And if that's the case, then the configurations, the key value pair which I talk about, will be served from this fr.js file. So all the contents that we see in the browser will be in the French language. And here one other drawback that we see is will not be able to test the metadata thing in this workbench, but still you should be able to test the main web part content with this localization testing. Okay, let's see some demo. I have created one web part. Yeah. So this is the web part where I have created. Yeah. Let me Let me run it in 2 different users and show you how it works. Before I get into a coding part, let me show that to you. So if you look at this, I have taken 2 users. So this is one user where demo user, and this user is pointing with English as the language, because I have chosen this this user's preferred language is English. Let me open the web part here. In the meantime, let me log into that other user account as well. Okay, so I have logged into other user as well. So let me open the same site here. Now, if you see, I have set this user as a French, user's language as a French. So that's why by default, the browser pops up with French language. Now let me open up the workbench. I have already deployed the contents. Yeah, workbench.spx. Fine. So if you see, this is one of my hello world web part. This user, demo user, you see right, du demo user. Here the values are displayed in English language. So let me add the same web part. I have already deployed the web part. It's not running from my local. Okay, I think not this one. Let me use the Google Translator. Okay. So this is what we need to display in English, and this is what we need to display for French-based user. If you look at the dynamic content, I think I'm coming from the reverse. So the dynamic content, I am here seeing it as French, because this user is logged in as a French language. So I have collected because if you see, look at here, the I don't know, the welcome, the text is completely different. I cannot use auto translation. That's why I'm using translating it manually. As I said, this webpack properties will be saved within your manifest. So if I go and access the same thing here in the other browser, yeah. This is running in English language. That's why it's just using my current language as English. Okay, you can assume, okay, only English and French are predefined. Can we enable, suppose if multiple languages are enabled in your site, is it possible? Yes, because this one I'm just picking this language text boxes is also dynamic, and it is not a fixed one. Where we are getting these values is based on the languages that are enabled in your site. For now, in this communication site, I have enabled English and French as the only languages for For example, if I go to the site setting, and there's an option called language setting, where you can enable additional languages as well. Here I have enabled only English and French. Now just let me enable other language like maybe Russian. Let it be. Let's not assign someone. Okay. Now if you just refresh this page, okay, I think the web part got removed. You got another option for Russian as well. It's just for user understanding. You should be able to rename this also, because I'm just displaying the values that are received as it is from the APIs. Okay, let me show you another example as well, like manifest. Yeah. So now this is how your contents will be displayed. Now let's see some coding, how we achieved this. So as I said, it is all about a key value pair, how we are going to display your values within your different user sites. For example, now we're just running this. Now if you look, once you open up your web part, you, as I said, you will be having the localization folder, and here I have created key value pairs. So we have seen the explanation for this in our slides itself, right? It's a key value pair completely. Property pair description, basic and welcome message, everything is configured. Now if I look at this French, uh, yeah. Okay. If you look at this French, I have configured the same key, but the values are different. I have translated it manually. Now, how we can use it? It's just like normally how you import your SAS files or something. It's the same way you are going to use it. If you look at the actual React web part where this all configured, it's just going to import it at the top, because this mystrings.d.ts, as I said, we are going to have our type string definition here only, right? So you have your the whatever the key that you configure in this languages, you're going to use the same, like property and description, you have the same key over here, and you have welcome message, you have same welcome message here. Suppose if you want to add any other language as well, for example, as we see now, if you want to uh, add any Russian language, then you're just simply going to add I don't know the uh, exact code, just assume ru hyphen ru, and I'm just going to copy the same, and I'm just going to paste it. Sorry, it's a JS file. The JS file, I'm just going to copy paste the same, and then I will just do the conversion. Whatever the language, for example, Russian description, something like that. I'm just going to change only the values. I'm not going to change this key. So that's why we if you go with this approach, whatever the languages that you want to support, the only thing that you're going to do is you're just simply going to add another language file, because within our web part we are just going to use the type definition, right? The welcome message, welcome description, whatever the key type definition key that you have given, you are going to use that only. And based on the current user's UI culture, it will detect it automatically. The current UI culture is something that you set within your language setting in your user profile. For example, if you go with any uh, the classic way, you see that as this property. Let me show that. I think we will not get it in modern. Yeah. So this, so once you enable this, so based on the current UI culture, it will display. You can get the current UI culture name within your context itself. You know, SPFX, there is a default context that will come in, right? So you can use that context. Based on this current UI culture name only, you will be getting this in culture info, right? The context, that page context, you have your site preference, and the user preference you'll be getting in current UI culture name. Based on this only, you should be able to display the dynamic contents dynamically, because these are the languages, the contents that we configure in this localization is something which you know already, but the dynamic contents you need to identify based on what property that you will display. Okay, the current user is for this language, based on what property that you can display. This is the property that you can use, like this dot page context dot current UI culture name, and you can use this. Once you use this, you should be able to display the properties based on that. I have a sample uploaded in GitHub, which is there in the slide as well. I will show you, or you can get it from the organizing team, because this involves some logics where you can display all the languages. Like we'll be configuring all the default locales that are supported within Microsoft, and once we and within Microsoft SharePoint, and once we do that, we will be making a call, API call, which will help us to get the supported languages for this site, like we see in a demo now. Like if you enable any additional language, it will get you the current enabled languages. Then we will be building the property pans text boxes dynamically. That's why I once I enable the other language, it automatically displays it for us. And the properties we are going to completely use dynamically, like you can name anything, greeting or something, then you can use the local ID, because local ID it's not going to change. By default, you are going to have the English as 1033 is for ENUS. Then based on the current language that is enabled, based on the current user's UI culture, then you can get the value from the properties, because as I said, properties is will be saved in something like a key value pair, and you can access it within your web part itself. Okay, now the metadata part. So as we show in the slides, if you look at here, you have options like for the title and description, you should be able to give that. And if you give a title, like you can add multiple languages also within this section, like FR, or based on the languages that you have added, it will display for you. Okay, now we have seen how to do this multilingual concept using the SPFX web paths. So which is completely a development oriented stuff, where you can use these localization files and this key value pair, and you can use within your React components. Not only for the React components, it is just a TypeScript. You can use within any Angular based or JavaScript based or whatever the development framework that you choose, you should be able to do that. Now let's see how we can do the same for the modern pages, like communication sites, modern pages and news. So in I think 4-5 months back, we have got this release as a preview. Now you should be it should be available for everyone, like to get that. So what it does is, so now we have developed our custom development modern language. But if you want to implement multilingual for the entire homepage content, and you want to switch the contents based on the user's preferred language, we have an option for that also now. So once you go to the site setting, and you will be able to see a language setting options if you are on site administrator, where you can configure what are the languages that are supported. And here you have an option called translator. So whatever the page that you add, you should be able to assign a translator for each languages. Let me remove this Russian. So whatever the languages that you add, you can assign a translator. So then once you create any modern page, you can send a request to the translator and ask them to translate the page, and it will be visible for everyone. And whoever the user logs in with that specific language, it will be displayed. Let me show you a small example for that. For example, this user is logged in English language. Now this page is already translated. Okay, let me create another page. I think I can create it from homepage itself. For example, I'm just going to create another page. Yeah, let's name it as Chennai M365 Bootcamp even home. In English, I want this page to be displayed something like this. So let me remove the images. I don't want. Okay, I want to display this name page like this, like Chennai Bootcamp event home in English. But if it wants to be displayed in the home, sorry, French user, then it has to be different, right? I don't know. It again, it's not going to translate automatically. It's completely a manual translation. But if you see previously, you will not be able to see this option like translation. Now, since after this update, and once I also enable the secondary language for my site, and after assigning a translator, I'll be getting an option called translation. Once I click that, it will ask me to submit the request for the translator. So French, I'm just going to create a request. So it should have triggered an email to the user who is going to translate this. That means the other user. Let me open up the same page. Now, if you see, here I am the translator for this for this French. So when I open up this site, I get an automatic message, translate this to French. This is the latest update that we get. And here, if you see in the actual original version, I just have Chennai Bootcamp, and just for our notification purpose, we get something like this. And this will be sent as an email also to us. You will be getting this as email notifications as well. Now let me convert this part alone using the translator. Okay, this is the translated content for French. I think Chennai is pronounced differently in French. Let's edit this. I don't know French. I'm just clicking the buttons by Ashamson. Okay. Now we have created this, translated this content. Now when the English user logged into this page, it will just display the English content. At the same time, if the French user wants to log in, you don't need to change the URL as well, because if you see, I hope let me, okay, it's only zooming the content. If you look at the URL I have selected for highlighting purpose, site pages /fr. Since I have converted it as a French, it just displaying fr. But for the French user, he no need to remember these things and all, because whenever if you just go and put this URL based on the current user's language, it will automatically take you to the French page. It will not take you to the English page. And at the same time, if you want to switch between the language, and if you want to look at the English from this itself, as like you get, for example, if you look at this site, you have by default your browser is popping up, right? Two different options, whether you want to look in English or in French, then you get the same over here as well. And you have this option as well. If you want to look at it in English, you should be able to see English language right from here. Only your page content will get translated, and all other navigations will remain same, because it's just going to translate your current page content. And at the same time, if the English user wish to see the French language content or French page, then he can choose this option. It's just like yeah, normal multilingual website, right? Now you have enabled the same setup within your application as well. So you should be able to switch between the languages. And okay, now you may have a question, right? Okay, this is the latest thing that we have, like switching between the languages, and since it is a modern page, it is automatically displayed. Whether will it apply for our SPFX web parts as well? The answer is no, because the SPFX web parts what we seen right now, let me run it again. example, I forgot that locally. I can let it run because the SPFX webparts will run based on the current UI culture. That means the language that is selected in the profile setting of the user. It will not run based on this language selection. So that's the one drawback that we have right now. But probably since this is a new feature, it will take some time to reflect within SPFX, right? So probably within the next version releases, we'll be getting maybe we'll get another property added to the page context or SharePoint SPFX context to get this value. So whenever this content changes, maybe your SPFX depart contents will also get changed. You can do that, but it is not available right now. And one other advantage that we have now is if you look at this sample, it is displaying me the French multilingual web part, and it is displaying the French language. Here I have added one other event which is in English and still in English. I'm in French, but still it is showing me English. Suppose if I switch to English, it will show me completely English related content. This is in English, this is in English, and this is also in English. But if you look at, if I switch to French, I am getting everything in French. But why I'm getting this in English? Because my preferred language is French, right? Still why I'm getting, that's why Microsoft plays an important role in this news web part, because this is a modern news web part. This language translation, this language choosing feature is enabled within modern news and highlight web part. What it does is, based on the language that you choose, it will automatically pull the data for you. The same thing that we cannot do in SPFX custom development right now. Also, this option also is for now it is restricted only to news and highlight web part. So that's why based on the language selection, I'm getting the contents within this out of the box news web part based on this language selection. And also, to make sure that none of the content is missed, if any of the content is not translated, even that is also will be displayed for us. That's why we are getting English over here, like this is French, but this is English displayed because this specific page is not yet translated to French, but still it is available in English for both the English users and French users. And this specific handling is already done within the out of the box news web part and out of the box highlight web part. That's why we get both the language contents. I think our web part is Gulf service done. This is not that one. Yeah. Now if you see, you look at the Gulf sub command which I have given, I have just given the command which we see in our slides, right? Hyphen locally fr hyphen fr. That's why I'm just getting the contents within the French language. Suppose if there is any UI breakage that I found, I should be able to find it right away from here. And same like that, because the contents are coming in from this section. For example, welcome to SharePoint is something I have configured here. Where it is? Yeah, here it is. It is all just a key value pair. So I think I have given enough inputs like how to enable this multilingual within your SPFX web paths, and how you can do the same for test it from the localization, and how you can achieve the same using the communication sites as well. You can just go ahead and explore if you have enough site administration permission. That's it for today. So thank you guys. So here is some references that you can use, like enabling communications, multilingual within communication sites, and the sample is also I have uploaded in my GitHub. And regarding the web parts, you can look at this official documentation. Thank you for your time. So
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Thanks a lot. Thank you, guys. Thanks for joining in this Saturday for the Global 3 Microsoft 360 Bootcamp Chennai. Thanks a lot. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.